everybody. Welcome back. It is Thursday, and I'm going to say I am so glad to be here. I have a big vision for this space. If you are new to my channel, I'm going to just give you a really brief explanation. I want to bridge the communication gap. I want to bring men and women together in a way where they can both feel understood so that they can have healthy, enjoyable relationships. And there are so many platforms out there that really get off on divisiveness. There's a lot of clickbait type of stuff. And for me, I'm okay with a slow and steady burn if it means that we're going to be making a difference. And so I'm trying to be very conscious of bringing up topics that I believe will be helpful. Hopefully you guys find helpful. And your feedback is greatly, greatly appreciated because this is all for y'all. And so we're going to start the show. I am, if you guys know, you could drop your city and state. Let me know where you are watching from so I can do a quick shout out to you. And really quickly to give you the format, I have a men's page Monday through Friday. I ask the men a question. Their answers are then shared with my patrons who subscribe to Patreon, and their names are redacted for privacy. And then a week later or so, we come in and discuss them with whichever guys join us on the panel each week on Thursday, and any special guests we have from Patreon. All right, so make sure you drop your city and state. We got Lakeisha Cole. She is tuning in from Austin, Texas. So good to have you. Kenny was the winner. He's the first one. He's tuning in from Washington, D.C. He said, I'm going to make sure I get my comment in early. We got Debbie Brizzle says, DFW, howdy neighbor. Nice to have you. Very nice to have you. All right, so let's get into it. We have just a couple of announcements before we get started today. I'm going to bring on our guests, okay? The singles database is live. It is on. It is popping. We have new people joining every day. And it is really cool to see the people connecting. And so if you do not have your information on the singles database, shoot me a DM on Instagram or click the link in my bio that says singles database. Make sure you get on there. This is a private database that the men of Yonci Nation can see, and they can slide in DMs if they're interested. 2 engagements have come so far from women being posted on the men's page. So Shantae's tapping in from Newport News, Virginia. Good to have you, girl. What other announcements do I have? Oh, so we did something super cool, super duper cool. And we have some of the guys here tonight already backstage who were there at the event. But the men have an event called Town Hall, and it's a monthly thing where they can come in, share in more detail their answers with just, me privately. Well, I invited the girls, the ladies from the singles who are subscribed to the singles database. And it was just a freestyle, ask whatever questions you want. And it was very insightful. I love seeing people get information. I said I would have done anything to be able to have access to this when I was a single gal, because that's why I started doing what I'm doing, because I love to understand about men so I could have a healthy relationship. Moi, I guess is it makeup artist or is it moi? Lynn says, oh, duh. She literally said Jocelyn. Wow, I'm slow. Jocelyn is tuning in from Los Angeles. I'm biased. West Side. Good to see you. I'm excited to be flying out there soon, heading back home. Okay, what else? And finally, last announcement, my 8-week coaching program, the May group is, May enrollment is open. So if you want to go through my coaching program, it is an investment. It is a very hefty, course that you're going to be getting a lot of information for. So I don't just have people sign up. They have to go through a consultation call with me, and I do a full presentation, explain what you're getting, what you can expect. And I just hope to get to a lot of women so that they can have the tools to have the kind of love that they want, to attract the kind of love they want. And a lot of times I hear women say things like, why didn't anyone tell me sooner? Or I didn't know I was the problem. Or why did my mama teach me this? So if you are interested, you feel like you maybe don't exactly have the cheat code, I will teach you everything you need to know about men. I've been interviewing them for the last 10 years, and I am happily with my man. Okay. So your girl knows her stuff. I was my own first client. Let's bring the people, the good people, to the stage. We've got a bunch of wonderful people joining us. Sorry, I tried to click it and apparently wasn't doing it right. We got some newbies. We got some old timers. We got some OGs. And so I'm excited to get this thing started. I'm going to need help with one of the names. One of those names is not Willie. I know how to say that. Welcome to the show, Willie. Good to have you.
I'm sorry. Hey.
Again?
No, I can hear you. My bad.
Oh, okay. And my apologies. I think we're having a little bit of a technical glitch. I saw you, sir, and then you were gone because I clicked the wrong button. So if you can come back on, I don't know if you can hear me. And then we have KG in the house. Hello, sir.
Greetings. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. So funny story. KG is very awesome. He always has my back. And I had, I don't know, 4 hours of sleep. I went to bed at like 3:30, got up at 6 something. And get this nice message. He said, yeah, so it's April. I put February on this post. I said, oh my God, thank you. I go and post it. He said, yeah, so you forgot to put the subject matter. I didn't put the subject matter, just put the poll. Then I reposted it again, forgot the poll. He said, Jesus, take the wheel. So I appreciate the men of Yonci Nation who hold it down for me and keep me on the straight and narrow. Okay, we got Keisha Cole's back. She is not on tour right now, so I'm very grateful to have her. I know I'm the first person to make that joke, so I want full credit for my creativity. But good to have you, darling. And you are going to have to help me with the pronunciation because I hate butchering names, sir. So our new gentleman, Mr. Fields, how do you pronounce your first name? Can you hear me, Mr. Fields? Oh no, his speakers might not be set up correctly. Or is he frozen? He might be frozen. Yeah. Blink twice if you're in danger. Okay, he might be frozen. Okay. And then we have, is it Berenice? Am I saying it correctly?
It's Berenice, but B is okay.
I was going to do it, but then I thought you guys would think I was doing the most. Berenice. I like to say it correctly, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. ¿Estás latina?
Sí.
Okay, so necesito el accente correcto, okay? I'm not going to butcher your name.
It's chef's kiss. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. I said, you got a beautiful name. I want to say it right. There was a guy, oh my gosh. What is his name? It just skipped my brain as soon as I started to say it. But his you could not say it. It's a G. It's like a really common G name, a Spanish name. Guillermo. And the teachers were like, and I'm like, Guillermo. It's so nice. Ada. They called Ada. And I was do it justice. Okay. Anywho, now how do you say yours? Is it Shatai? I'm just kidding, Shantae. I know who you are, girl. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I see the back teeth. I love it. Y'all know I'm a big fan of smiles. Bringing us smiles. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, he must be having a technical issue. Okay. If anybody does have background noise, if you could either mute yourself until it's time to talk or mute the background noise, that would be fabulous. So it is not distracting. Anybody have anything phenomenal that happened this week, exciting, unusual, or funny that they would like to share?
I think my week's been pretty boring. I'm sitting here thinking, like, what did I do this week? Like, nothing.
Boring can be good sometimes. We'll see. He's unfrozen. Okay, he's moving. All right. So I was asking, beautiful smile. I was asking if you could share how to pronounce your first name so I don't butcher it, Mr. Fields.
Yeah, no worries. It's Inshara. So like I-N, Inshara.
Inshara?
That's right, yeah.
Did I really get it?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. All right, Inshara. Oh, like just say the N, Inshara. Okay, well that's easy. Yeah. All right, making a little note.
Sorry about that. I was having some technical difficulty.
Don't let it happen again, sir. We don't allow technical difficulty. I'm just joshing. ¿Estás latina, Yonci? No, pero me encanta el idioma. And I used to live in I almost said Mexico. I used to live in California. I used to be Mexico. And so it was very important to learn the language. So I got a chance to spy on people when they thought I didn't know. And, have some fun conversations. when you do come to LA, I'd love to do your makeup. Oh, I do like a free makeup. Thank you. Beat my face. She said, ooh, I like that name. Yes. Berenice. I just feel like I'd be so extra. Like the Lord knew I couldn't handle a Latina name because I'd be like, Berenice. Like, why is there a wind machine? Like, why is she shaking and convulsing like that? Just to say my name. All right, where are we? Okay, you guys. So I'm excited. Those of you who have been on for a while, you know I usually am on the struggle bus, trying to do the graphics, trying to make sure I don't forget stuff, trying to talk to you guys. Da, 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 da. Thank God, Jesus and the Holy Spirit, because StreamYard has come up with something that allows me to do a click of a button. So if I'm extra excited, that is why, okay? But let's get into it. We're going to start with number 1, and there is a video, so I'm just going to click it because it's going to start when I click it.
New law, even if you are married, you cannot go through your spouse's phone and prove infidelity anymore. If you go through it's called electronic communication fraud. If you go through your spouse's phone in Texas and you say, no, I can show they were suing, you better go old school and get a private investigator because they're going to charge you with ESC.
Oh, that's
ECF
crazy
fraud.
work.
Aiden,
That's crazy.
I was like,
work.
if you get married in Texas, but no. So I saw that the same time I saw the DNA, and I was like, yeah, this is why I'm not engaged in the festivities.
Hey, so listen, all you cheating ass niggas, man, y'all better move to Texas, better relocate to Texas, and then just leave your shit unlocked.
Right.
Just
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Ain't nothing you could do.
So StreamYard, if you're listening, I know you're not, y'all got to get it together because they had it set up where y'all all supposed to be on the stage, but I got to manually add you 8 every single time. So bear with me, y'all. We are guinea pigging it together. So my question is, do you think this is a good law? Do you think that it should be against the law to go through your spouse's phone without permission?
Yes.
Don't think it should be against the law. Okay. What is your rationale for that?
Well, it's first of all, I don't think anyone should go through anyone's phone without permission, whether spouse, whether friend, neighbor, stranger, whomever. So the fact that it's a law, I agree with it.
Okay. Bristol says, I see the logic, but doesn't need to be a law. Any other thoughts on this?
Excuse me. I think that if we're making up a law for that, the issues are a little deeper than this law. Like if you can't trust your person per se, and you know, if somebody said, yes, I'm so glad that's a law, then they probably have a partner that they can't trust. Because I think that's the silliest thing. I mean, and I agree with full prophecy. Nobody should, like he said, like nobody should be going through nobody's stuff. And if you feel the need, then you might want to check your relationship a little more and see what's happening.
Why didn't nobody have an issue with the revenge porn law, but they have an issue with this? They didn't think the revenge porn law was silly, and all the same reasons that you just listed apply to that. But now because a woman can't go through a man's phone to, her husband's phone, it's an issue. But when they had to make a silly law for revenge porn, that there was no outcry there. I mean, I think it's it's eerily convenient that is the take that so many women have when it's something that they're the ones that do predominantly are guilty of, and then when it was something that men tend to predominantly be guilty of, which was the revenge porn, they were all for it. It just screams like I want to have my pick.
It said men and women. It just say spouses. So I didn't think it's anybody particular. So I'm just saying on either side for me. Nobody should be going through nobody.
I'm being genuine about it. When you see people going through people's phones to prove infidelity, I'd say 8 times out of 10 it's a woman doing it, especially in divorce hearings. Because a dude will go through a girl phone before his girlfriend phone. He's not going through his wife's phone. And typically, and then too, when you look at the write-ups for like most of these at-fault divorce states, when they say that the source of the infidelity was confirmed via telecommunications with XXX party, those are stats you can look up. So again, it's something that women do predominantly. So, I don't have an issue with it. I mean, if you go through my phone, if you go through my phone behind my back, you just got to cry behind my back too. Like you can't bring me anything that you came out of my phone with, because if you violated my trust by going through my phone, we might as well break up anyway. But then two, like again, my initial point, I think it's weird how, the stuff that affects women, when it's made into a law that doesn't support them or something they want to do, it's weird to women. But
I'd actually like to weigh in here, and
Please.
it's my first time on this panel. I'm a little nervous.
Oh, don't be.
I will say, I like to emphasize that the video only shows like a one-sided approach, which is like, I want to prove that there's cheating, but we're not taking into consideration the history and the facts of why that law was created. So originally it was created to prevent spouses from checking their computers, because their argument was like, oh, well, essentially it's both of ours, but it was because someone was trying to infringe on their privacy to do harm. So that law was interpreted to cover a wife that was soon to leave her husband as he was tracking her. So I know most of us know, right, how the most dangerous time for a wife or for a woman is to leave an abusive partner. And what we're not considering in this like style of abuse is the coercion and the manipulation tactic that is like a power play. I know what you're doing. I know who you're speaking to, which is dangerous. So that video does show like a one-sided approach. I know we want to consider often infidelity in these cases, but to make matters even clearer, 60% of all women homicides are committed by either an intimate partner or a family member. So I can see both sides, but I do want to emphasize that sure, while women, we can say they go through someone's phones more than likely, I think that's a bias and not based on stats when we're showing a lot of abuse and I don't know how to say it in English, but it's like the death of women much higher of a rate by their spouses.
Okay, the homicide. I want to say come through at research and context. Context is so important. We are in a soundbite culture. So I love that. I love that you gave some more information that I didn't have. And that would be really scary. Like people who do a hotline and things like that, they have to set it up a certain way. So if somebody does dial the number back, you don't immediately know it's a hotline, for abuse and things like that. So that's actually really sad that that's the reason behind it. Oh, he said femicide. Okay. But that's a really sad, reason for it. But yeah, I think there should be respect. Give me my take. I think there should be respect both ways. I think that in the what do you call it? An ideal situation, you wouldn't be suspicious and feel like you needed to go get that stuff without their permission. That's a very sad state to be in. And I don't mean sad like making fun of them, but like it's unfortunate. Nobody wants to be in a situation where they're all nervous and I don't know what he's hiding from me. That being said, this is a side note, and then I'm gonna let someone else talk. I was telling my guy the other day, I said, phones make it so easy to live a double life. Back in the day, you used to have to like go out and meet someone and you could be seen, there were phone records that came to the house and things like that. You would literally be laying next to your person and full on be sexting somebody and you would not know. There are apps who can, that can cover tracks and things like that. And so, man, it just makes it very easy for people to, I say people, not men, people to cheat.
I think if someone is in a way confused and has an intuition that someone is doing something, then leave. It's if you are in a state of pain and constant dysregulation of your nervous system and it's causing harm, if you're saying that's what you're choosing, right? I mean that's my point of view, but I know there's a lot of complexities to leaving a marriage, but it shouldn't be that way.
Yeah. By the way, in the comments, you guys, can we show some love for the ladies? We have been saying over and over again, when will the ladies be brave enough to join? We want some estrogen on the panel. I don't want to be like Michael Jackson. I'm alone. Just kidding. That was my revision of the song. So bravo, bravo. We have mujeres on today. Y'all are going to be so sick of me with my Spanish today. Any other thoughts before we go on to number 2? Okay. And Shar, would you be upset if your wife went through your phone?
Yeah, I think. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, I think it would be a sad state of affairs if in terms of our relationship, if she felt like she had to go through it. But I don't think that I would want her to be prosecuted for it. I feel like with regards to law coming into like personal relationships, especially with technology, I'm always a bit hesitant to see infractions like that from the law. But I also echo is it, I can't see the names. Is it
Oh, the lady.
Berenice?
Good job.
Yeah, I think anything that comes to do with the safety of somebody's person, and if a law can help support that, I'm for that. But yeah, I think it's sketchy, and it'd be really interesting to see if any other states adopt it, and see some numbers and statistics around prosecutions and who's prosecuting who. I'd love to see the data.
Yeah.
I think as an intimacy coach, somebody said it's complicated. It's complicated. I get a lot of married couples come in, they come in together, and then I have to separate them to discuss their certain issues because people have different stakes in the game, as you all know, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to relationships. And maybe sometimes looking through that phone is exactly what you need to prove whatever it is that you need to prove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely complex, lots of nuances, lots of things to consider. All right, so we're going to do this. This is the poll was, do you think this is a good law? And I hate that this is going to make everybody drop backstage. Oh my gosh. Ain't nobody trying to do this all show. All right, you guys, we're going to send in my complaints to StreamYard. This is not it. Okay.
They gotta have a setting. There's gotta be a setting for this.
Oh, there has to be, because this is nonsense. 85% of the men said absolutely this is a good law. Spouses shouldn't be going through phones. The other 15% said no, phone should be community property. Okay. All right. So we got that one. We are going to move on. But right now it is time to snitch. Who would like to be our resident snitch for the day and let us know how many people are watching on YouTube right now? Sorry, not watching, who have liked the video. This is an opportunity, if you have not yet, to please and thank you, click the like button. If you are watching on a mobile device, you will not be able to see the like button unless we close the chat window. So go ahead and close the chat window, and then you will be able to hit that like button. Okay, so apparently, I'm trying to see if I could. Oh, it is letting me. Let me see. Let me do like at least like this. That's a little bit more palatable. Sheesh. All right, we'll see if this is a little bit better. All right, so anybody have a chance to snitch yet? Otherwise, I will look. We have 19 people watching. How many have shown love so far? And click that like button.
6.
Oh, no, they tried it. We got to get a couple more likes before we go on, y'all. I'm going to give it to you that you were just distracted. But yeah, let's go ahead and click that so YouTube knows that you guys are enjoying the show. Okay, let me go ahead and pull it up on my end too so I can see it in real time. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, let's see. Oh, we're going up. We got 9. Okay, there we go. 10. Love to see it moving in real time. All right, I trust that the other 9 of you are going to go ahead and show it some love, okay? We are a positive platform. We are actually out here trying to make a difference. Oh, do they see 19 likes? Not quite yet. I think 19 views, but I don't see 19 likes on my end yet. Okay, so let's get to question number 3. Oh my God. Okay. This is wild. Okay, I'm gonna have to go Karen on them.
We're on 3 already?
There we go. We did the wait, are we? We're on question number 2. I just can't read. Sorry. Question number 2. Do you care about a woman's credit score when deciding to marry, to date seriously or marry? And this is the poll information. Normally I stall a little bit, but y'all told you I'm working out this new system. So y'all just gonna get it up top. 69% said yes, that is important information. 31% says it doesn't matter to them. What are your thoughts on this? Guys, you can share. Is that credit score information important to you? Ladies, is this something you're worried about? I had a client who felt a lot of shame because her credit score wasn't where she wanted it to be. And I didn't even know that was a thing people pay attention to. So
your credit score is another one of the numbers that matters when it comes to dating, like your weight, your body count, and your IQ. Your credit score is equally important because what your credit score tells me is who you are financially. So that'll let me know a lot about you as a person based off of what these three other reporting bureaus are telling me about you. So if you pay your bills late all the time, you get discharges and charge offs and all, you're not a suitable partner for me financially because you're a financial burden, you're financially irresponsible, and you're likely financially illiterate because typically the people who have bad credit and have those types of habits are people who are all three of those things willfully. And if I'm going to be responsible for our financial future, I need you to also be at least equally yoked in the sense of maintaining it. I mean, I don't care how much money you make, obviously, because whatever, you can work at McDonald's. But if your credit is terrible, it literally says you're a terrible person financially. So that's really important to me.
Well, I think that financial responsibility. Oh, I'm sorry. I think financial responsibility is more important as far as the credit score because you could get with someone who has a past and they are working to fix their past. They might not be where you are. That's why when you're dating, somebody may be stronger than the other person in other aspects. So you can help her, but to straight out say, I don't agree with that. I just think that some people could have medical debt. Some people went to school for a long time.
Medical debt shouldn't be on your credit report. One. So again, if you're not financially illiterate, you know that. Two, if you have a bunch of school student debt, that's your fault too, because you signed up for them and then didn't do anything with that education.
But that doesn't negate who they are as a person.
It shows me that who they are is they make terrible decisions. Just like, unfortunately, if a guy knows your body count is high, he knows you made terrible decisions in the past. These numbers don't lie about you. Like people say, oh, I'm a great person and I love myself and I want to take care of myself, but I weigh 600 pounds. That 600 number directly negates what those previous three statements of yours were, which is that I love myself and I want to live a long life. Your credit score tells me that, oh yeah, you can trust me with money. Because now, what if my girlfriend's like, hey, I want to start a business? You think I would loan my girlfriend, money to start a business when her credit score is in the 5s or 6s? Like it just doesn't make sense. So I mean, to argue that everybody has a past, that's definitely a woman-centric argument because y'all tend the ones whose past matter to men. So I understand that. But if your past was you making shitty decisions with money, we're just keep it to money right now. We only got to talk about men. If your decision was shitty financial management, that's what your past was, and your credit, then that means your credit score would be good if you've changed. It's not, and it's not impossible to fix your credit. It's a 6-month, maybe a year process. Unless you want to pay someone, they can get it done in 90 days. As someone who has fixed hundreds of people's credit, when I tell you this, it is not hard to do. It's very simple. And your credit score is a direct reflection of who you are to me financially, the same way it would be to a bank. Like, there is no excuse for it. Like, well, I was 18 when I got those student loans. Well, no one told you to go to a $100,000 university to be an English teacher. Like, you probably should have looked and saw what you were going to do with that information and salary-wise after you couldn't make those payments. But if I have to take you have on all this debt, like, that's crazy. Like,
you wouldn't help her. Like, what if you meet somebody that?
Hell no, I didn't help her get in debt. Now,
I'm not saying pay the debt. I'm saying if you helped hundreds of people, then maybe she's somebody you can help her.
Oh yeah, she can pay me the same way everybody else did.
Yeah, the financial knowledge to help her.
She could definitely pay me the same way everybody else did. Oh. But yeah, I'm not. If we're dating, like me finding out that your credit is jacked up before I'm even exclusive with you, or before I would be exclusive with you, I need to know you got that taken care of. Because I'm not committing to somebody that's going to be a project. Like I'm too old for that. I don't think that anybody should commit to someone who's a project at all, especially if they're over the age of 21. Then 21, you got a lot of time to waste. But I'm 41, so I'm not going to commit to someone as a project. If my woman's credit was messed up, as soon as I saw that, it's on me because I didn't find that shit out beforehand, right? But I'm in love. We're already living together, doing all the other stuff. Yeah, I'll fix her credit. But if we're dating and I find out your credit is bad, I'm probably not even having unprotected sex with you, let alone committing to you.
Willie, I have a question for you. When and how do you find out what a woman's credit score is?
I ask her, hey, pull up Credit Karma real quick. And Credit Karma is the safe one.
Okay, so you ask her
Credit Karma is the
that.
safe
When do you
one.
ask?
When I think that I could see myself building something with her. Like when I start trying to qualify her for my long-term commitment. That's when we get to know each other, I don't care. But then at the same time, you can know a lot about somebody's financial wherewithal based on simple conversation. One,
I agree.
Look at what they do for a living, right? A lot of times these jobs require you to have a decent credit score. Like most people with security clearance, we are required to be fiscally responsible because if we're not, it makes us a risk to the government before they give us our clearances. Or just have conversation with them like, hey, so what did you go to school for? Oh, I went to school to get a degree in art and science, art and computer science history. So what are you doing right now? I work at the post office. Okay, cool. So what are you doing with these student loans you have? Like those are just questions you have to ask. The same way that a woman will ask us for our test results, you can ask for their credit report. It shouldn't be offensive to anybody who doesn't have shitty credit.
Yeah, I get it. I'm one of the 31% or whatever it was. It doesn't matter to me because I know that a person can hide their financial irresponsibilities with a high credit score. High credit score is not representative of how necessarily fiscally responsible someone is.
How?
And I'm sure you know that, Willie.
No, I don't agree with that at all. Because I don't know anybody that has a 750 plus credit score that's not financially responsible because of what you have to do to maintain those scores.
I've seen it. All you have to do is maintain making your payments on time. But if you have a really huge credit limit, then that doesn't necessarily mean that you're financially responsible.
It does. It literally means because if you have a high credit limit, that means that institutions and banks have deemed you worthy based on a set requirement that they have for whatever their lending policies is. For example, if I see someone with a platinum Amex, I know that they have at least good credit. Then when I find out that they have a platinum Amex with the $300,000-$400,000 limit, I know that they've been making payments on time. Your credit score is a mix of several things. So you can be weak in one of them. For example, the majority of people who fix their credit where they struggle with is credit age, right? Because they don't have good accounts that are been aged and seized on their credit report, so they'll be weak there. And then another place they struggle is consistently made payments, right? You want to have at least a year worth of payments made on time, low balance, whatever, to keep boosting your score and getting those high limits. The fact that those are the requirements to get good credit, it literally tells you that is not what you're trying. That's not who you are based on when it comes to your credit report. Like your credit report is a great. Now, excuse me. I will give the grace of saying that a lot of credit reports do have inaccuracies on them, right? So inaccuracies aside, right? Say for a man, your child support is probably on your credit report, right? It happens to every man now. Shouldn't, but it's something they get away with a lot of times.
I don't have kids.
Well, I'm just saying in general, like a lot of men have that issue where they have child support reporting on their credit, and it's one of the most inaccurate reporters in credit outside of prepaid credit cards and some of those third or fourth tier lending services, right? So I give those people grace because I understand those are inaccuracies. But when it comes to someone who's just not paying bills, a woman whose credit card is 80-90% maxed out every month and she's just paying the bare minimum, she's not financially responsible. Like that's
So I think that you and I agree that it's important to be with someone that is financially responsible.
Absolutely.
I agree with you on that. 1,000,000%. We're on the same page with that. But I think there's different ways to be able to tell it. So if someone spends frivolously and they're spending their last on luxury items, but they're not prioritizing either savings or investing or different things like that. Like I would pay more attention to that as opposed to whether or not they have a 650 credit score or 750 credit score. Like I don't care about that number. It means personally to me, it means nothing. But that's to me.
Real quick, I want to
What?
get to something here. Let's see. What did I
Unfrozen?
have? What's that?
I
Oh,
said you want to get unfrozen?
get unfrozen, you said?
Yeah, I thought you were frozen for a second.
Oh. So I don't know why this is. Huh. I am having audio issues, so just ignore me, y'all. We're gonna try to get it together. But shout out to Lynette. She said, "Hey everyone, come through, ladies." Thank you so much for the super chat. She is the first super chatter, so thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. And then she followed it up with another super chat, and she said, "Hey fellas, so show some love to Lynette. Thank you so much. If you guys want to send a super chat, it is a very nice way of giving a love offering. Of course, if you want to extend the show, you can do so with Cash App or Zelle. We will share that a little bit later in the show. As of right now, we go for 2 hours. But if y'all keep us here all night, that's what happens. Anybody is welcome to leave at any time if you want. You are not held hostage. If you turn your camera off at any time, it will remove you from the stage. If you need to take a bio break, you're just tired of talking or whatever. Okay, feel free to come and go. But thank you so much, Lynette. We really appreciate you. Way to start off on a great note. I hope you remember what you were saying, Willie, because I'm going to hand the microphone back to you.
Oh yeah. I don't. The 4C, the credit. I don't use that one, but it's difficult. It's one of those like Iron Man arguments where people say like your credit score is not indicative of who you are financially. Like you can't argue against that because just because you
I've
don't.
seen it.
Well, yeah,
Really, I've seen it.
everybody's
I've
seen
had
it.
clients that
I've
have
seen
a
a
ton of money
I've seen
and
a
they have
dog that
either
has 3 legs. That doesn't mean that dogs only have 3 legs. It happens sometimes. There's always an exception to the rule, but generally speaking, or say, okay, for example, as an angel investor, when we check people's credit, one of the things we look for is I don't care about what your score is. I care more so about how you've utilized your credit in your payment history, right? I get away from the number when I do it because I'm investing in a person and then the business at that point. It's not just me investing in the business. But now, if it's someone I'm dating, it's just a woman who's working a regular job. Because mind you, we don't date women who, high earning, all that boss babe shit. That's for like dudes who need help. We want women who are feminine and ready to be wives. Those women work regular jobs and do regular stuff. So I don't care about like, you know what I'm saying, where her mix of credit is. I want to see, can she pay bills on time? I want to see, can she live within her means? I want to know, does she know better than paying the minimum interest on a credit card when all you're paying is interest, you're never going to pay down your debt. Those are the things that are important to me because they tell me that she is a good partner financially for me. Because those are things that I used to not be good about. When I was a kid, everybody used to get those like 7 CDs for 1 cent, but you didn't pay it. So that was the first thing you ever have going on your credit card, right? From a BMG Music Factory, whatever it was. So like I understand what it was then, but then older as a father and then as a husband, made sure that I was able to take care of my credit because it's important. When your credit will speak for you before you ever get to speak for yourself. And it's a lot of times when, someone's got a 650 and I call them because I want to do a personal interview with them and talk to them. If they had a 550, they don't even get that phone call. Like, I don't even want to dig deeper because that number speaks for you. Like it's just something we can't get away from. I know they're talking about going to FICO 8 now and all this other heat. Amazing. We might get rid of all the bureaus altogether. They already shut down the Fair Credit Reporting Agency. They already did. Cool. As it stands now, in the world we live in, your credit score matters. And if a man is already set in life and he's willing and he's dating, he needs to make sure that he's not going to date someone who's going to detract from that.
So then what do you say for the people that have a really high credit score because they've been a co-signer on someone else's credit, but they didn't even get a card? So the person whose card that they're on, or who they're co-signed under, has been paying the bills on time, so that gives them basically a false credit.
That's not. It doesn't give them a false credit. That's their credit until they go screw it up. Like my kids, for example.
Okay.
Yeah, my son is 19 and he's almost got an 820. He's 19, never had shit in his name before, but he's been on my credit card since he was 16. But that's because his parents took the time to set him up like that. So I don't feel that his credit is great now. Now, did he earn it? I'm not talking about earning your credit. I don't give a shit how you got it. because she could have went and had bad credit, spent 10 grand on trade lines, and went from a 550 to a 775 in 30 days. Right? I've seen that
And
happen.
this is exactly why it means nothing to me.
But that's the thing, though. The fact that she was able to do that tells me that she knows how to play the game, and that she's not just going over here and just screwing up her credit. Because again, the average woman or person, we'll say guys, because guys do this a lot with me. So, for example, really good. So you're a dude. You know what it takes to get like high limit vehicle loans? Like what the number one criteria is for that? It's not your credit score. It's having had one before and paid it off. So what people will do is they'll say, "Hey, you've had this $300,000-$400,000 car before. I'll pay you X amount of dollars to put me on that loan, so it'll report to my credit agency, so I can go get one of myself. And then when yours falls off, it doesn't matter because I got one." Right? For people to even know to do that is impressive, because one, that means they know the game, and then two, it's no different than the nepotism of other groups of people when they put their kids in position with their companies. Do the same thing with ours if we can. So if you knew better, you do better. And when I look at a woman's credit, I'll know which one. I know where she is. If she knew better and has done better, or if she doesn't know better and probably won't.
Okay. We'll add this to agree to disagree.
I think I agree and disagree on both perspectives. So, I think there was a study done by like the Federal Reserve or the board specifically on relationships and credit scores in terms of aligning, are we compatible, right? Financially, can we, because debt can play a huge role in separation, right? So I partly agree with, that's something to consider. But on the other hand, I've seen it from personal experiences where I've seen a credit score and then watched someone spend their money on things that they did not need at a higher rate. So my question was, how is this person having a high credit score? And as I got to know the individual and his habits, but also his family dynamic, I realized the parents were paying off his debt. So are there situations where someone is taking advantage of the system? 100%. So sure, the credit score might be important, but that is not the only thing that you need to consider, because there is financial abuse, and it's a tactic constantly used to control a relationship, to be like, look at my credit score. Like I can do this all for you. And that goes both ways, right? Like, not just with women, but with men as well.
In your example, notice that none of these people had bad credit, which is what I'm talking about. You're talking about people who game the system because
you're saying that that's all you base it on. You're basing on the credit to know that the person is financially responsible. I'm not saying that's all that I'm basing it on. I'm saying that your credit score is what you can base it on. There's a multitude of factors. I live with that. I said that I can look at a woman who has a 650 credit score, understand why it's low, because she's got new credit, or her credit or her old accounts falling off, so she doesn't have any like a payment history. So it's nuanced. So not once did I imply, let's say, or intend, or try to make the assertion that the only way you can tell if someone's is credit worthy is based on their credit score, if they're a good person financially. But the examples that both of you use are one, anecdotal, and two, outliers. That's not the majority of people. The majority, and then mind you, both people in you guys' examples you said you've seen before, they have good credit scores but have bad spending habits. That doesn't negate the fact that having a bad credit score proves you have bad spending habits. You guys are talking about the personal anecdotal experiences you have seeing people talking about, like, hey, well, yeah. For example, I know my stepmom has had terrible spending habits, but her credit score was always 830. How? Because my dad paid the bill all the time. So I understand that, but that's not normal. It's not that's the outlier. I left student loans off on purpose because a lot of people. I'm of the crowd that says college is a scam for 80% of degrees, and that people who go get these student loans. I was a vehement opponent of student loan forgiveness. Because again, you got the loans, you should pay them. I don't feel bad for anybody who didn't do them. You chose that, and if you didn't have any guidance to choose better, that's between you and your parents, not between you and the IRS. So I'll say that.
I agree with you 1,000,000% on that.
But when it comes to credit,
you
cannot argue against someone's credit scores, not in the negative. Now, if you guys, since you guys are, clearly have had the experience that makes you want to look somewhere different, you can say, okay, well, cool. Well, yeah, that's really just because you got an 819 doesn't mean that you're financially responsible. I mean, but it does not mean that I'm at least financially literate. I mean, literate because I was able to achieve this score that almost 95% of humans will never do. Or the fact that people can, I think it was Jacob said something about people having high debt. The reason why my credit score is so high is because of because all of the positive debt that I have. So people who understand and know how to play that game, a woman who knew that, no questions. I don't care if her credit score is 650. If she knows that having debt it will pay you, like for example, the real estate holdings, anything like that. If she understands how to leverage debt, that's a good woman for me. But a person with a 650, just because they have been paying their credit card bills and their utilization is 90%, that's not a woman that any man should date because she's going to be a bill. Or that's not a man any woman should date because he's not going to be a good provider because he's going to be providing Amex, Chase, and whatever Victoria's Secret card he has to get your last minute Valentine's Day gifts. He's going to be providing for them and not the family.
Yeah. Yonci, are you frozen? Okay.
No, I was trying to hit the button and I couldn't get to it fast enough. So I want to do a couple of shout outs here. Hang on just 1 second as I am glitching. There we go. Struggle buster. Okay. We got Shantae. She said she sent a $10 super chat. She had to take a phone call. She said she's going to log back on some other time. It was great to have you while you were here. And we have Lakeisha. She dropped $9.99. Thank you so much. And she said to everyone, thank you for tuning in. So we can continue. Lakeisha said $5.01. She said, y'all not going to keep clowning me there. She said, I used my computer. I missed it because I was trying so hard to get caught up on the text. She said, take that 1 cent. Okay. That is hilarious. We appreciate all of it. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. So we are going to move on to question number 3. And I got to get my little fingers ready to add y'all back to the stage. Okay. Do you like to cuddle? And the graphic says cuddling lowers a woman's stress, boosts her mood, and keeps her heart healthy. Ooh. So do you like to cuddle? I'll put the poll up once you are done sharing your thoughts. But who likes to cuddle on the panel?
Definitely. Yonci, do you have like something showing? Because I don't see anything other than us. Do you have like a graphic
I see
up
a
or something?
picture.
Yeah, that's so weird. I wonder why you can't.
Oh, see, I don't see anything. Okay.
That is weird. But you
All
can
right,
see
no
all the
big
other
deal.
stuff?
No, I just see us. That's it. And do you like the cuddle? I see that.
Wow, that is so weird. Yeah, it is up there. Well, I'm sorry.
It might be
Yeah,
just
it's a picture
me.
of a beautiful black couple. He's caressing her hair and she's laying in his arms.
Okay.
And then it says what I read. So what are we had 2 people raise their hand for cuddling? I would look down. Looks like
I think everyone
we're
did.
the
Yeah,
majority.
we all did.
I'm a big fan of cuddling. So let's look at the percentages and also put everybody back on the stage. Thank you, StreamYard. So cuddle. Where did it go? There we go. So 84% said yes. 12% said I don't initiate it much, but I'm not opposed to it. And then 3% said not really. Yikes. I dated somebody who was not really into it, and I was like, you have to go because cuddling is life for me. Could anybody be with somebody who was not a cuddler?
As long as it didn't affect their sex drive, I mean, I'm cool.
Good point.
So if they never wanted to like lay up on you whenever you watch movies, they were like across from you, like outside of sex, they weren't touching you.
Yeah, I'm cool because I get hot. So I mean, I have to really like you to want you to lay on me anyway. So I wouldn't have if she didn't want to cuddle, but she wanted to stay naked. I'm cool.
Oh well, there you go.
Because cuddling is a different form of another form of intimacy before the smashing start happening, Willie. So I think that I like it, and I'm small, so I want you to pick me up, hold me, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, but I'm still like the big spoon sometimes. But, yeah.
You can't be a big spoon. You're gonna be like a little backpack.
Did you say back scratcher?
Like a little backpack.
Oh, backpack. Ah, I love that.
I really enjoyed what Willie said, because it's a topic that I discuss constantly with my friends on. Cuddling is a form of intimacy, but we have an epidemic where men equate intimacy only to sex. And that's the only time where they can feel intimacy, which is why they're like, oh, sure. And not all men, right? But something about cuddling is very relaxing to me. It helps me feel safe, and it helps kind of disarm me. And what I'm noticing in even the conversations that I'm having with much of my friends is you also are able to communicate your boundaries and things because you're that close with someone. And I think that if couples would sit there and hold each other and simply just be in the moment, a lot of these arguments wouldn't happen. Sometimes when I date people, I'm like, okay, we're gonna argue, but we're gonna hug each other. Like, try to fight me while we're hugging each other. Try to like whisper fight or something, because it helps lower down our walls. I think it's one of the most beautiful forms of an intimate moment. But that's not to say that everyone likes that style, right? There's a lot of things that go into it, from trauma, from their own boundaries of what that brings up, maybe not liking to be physically touched. There are an array of reasons. Just like we talk about, there's different type of love languages, right? There's also different types of sex languages as well. So where someone is like, someone mentioned earlier, like, I like to cuddling before like sex, right? Okay, so that means you're a sensual. You like to be touched, right? Whereas Willie's like, nope, like, I'm good, just sex. Those are the sexuals. So it just really depends on the individual.
Wait, to be clear, I like to cuddle. I'm saying that I don't have to. It's not necessary. It's not a requirement that I have. A lot of the times I'll cuddle because my woman wants me to. And then I like, skin soft. She always smells good, and she tends to not wear a lot of clothes around me anyway. So I kind of know where this is going, but at the same time, I don't want it to be like, oh no, the only way that I can feel intimacy is via sex. It's just my favorite way to feel intimacy is via adult sexy time.
I think with the adult sexy time, growing up from a young age, we're kind of like, that is how maybe some of us are conditioned to think. I remember growing up and not really seeing my parents cuddle, or and just thinking that, whoa, like what's going on there? And then like being in relationships and being with someone who's like super cuddly and having to like adjust myself with that, and somebody who wasn't so much. And I think it's an intimate thing. Like it helps you. I think as a guy, it helps you to feel safe in your relationship, in your partner. And I think sometimes like, I don't know, sometimes it can seem more close than maybe sex sometimes. I think yeah.
I think also it has to do with, like, for me, growing up, like you just said, about not cuddling coming up, like my family and we didn't do extra loving. It wasn't no I love yous. It wasn't no nothing. So now that I'm older, that's something that I want, like, that I desire to have in any relationship that I'm in. And like I said, I didn't get it as a kid. So, I fought for it in all my relationships to have that.
I think Bro has explained to me why I am the way I am, because I always saw my dad and my stepmom. I've walked in on them doing adult stuff way too many times as a kid. So I think that now, and then like he would always also like, be loving on her and grabbing her butt. And all of that stuff. So I think that's probably why I'm the same way now with mine. Like, I mean, I don't know. Shit,
Yeah, I'm
I got some
No,
thinking.
I hear you.
I'm
I
an
hear you because
extra cuddly person. Like me and my wife, and even like my kids, like we're extra cuddly. We're like, like if I'm sitting on the couch, you're sitting on me. You know what I'm saying? So, no, cuddles is definitely like a part of who we are, and we're super affectionate in my house.
I just can't cuddle with somebody skinny. That's just the one. That's just my hard no. That's I don't want to.
We'll never make it, Willie.
What?
I said, I know we'll never make it. I'm just
No. I mean, just like I'm cuddling with my son, like an immature little, like a boy body girl. I'm cool. I don't. You
Willie,
can't.
this is the second time you've body shamed in the last hour, sir.
Your point.
Come through, girl.
What your point? If it's not shame, I mean, we need to bring back shame one, and then two. It's not about body shaming. It's a preference. Because now I guarantee you guys, when someone tell you not to put your heels on, you don't want to date a short dude. So let's
No, actually, that's incorrect. Also, I'm a demisexual, so physicality means nothing to me.
Oh
I
wait,
don't
yeah.
action until I've made a emotional connection. I think that's why I was like seeing the differences right now. So it's not everyone, right? We can't generalize, but it's really interesting that those two comments were made. As a preference, sure, we can shape it 100%, but to say like, oh well, women, if this is the case, it's truly not.
Which is what I said. I said I don't want to cuddle with someone skinny, which is me stating a preference because they're bony and they don't have extra meat on them. So that's my.
I didn't say it wasn't a preference. I just said it's body shaming. That's all.
I mean, well, cool. I mean, yeah, I don't like big girls. No problem.
I'm just curious in the men that the men that don't like to cuddle. Cuddling is like a human thing. I'm not saying like the frequency we can talk about, but I think just being a human, there's a natural desire to want to connect with people, and who most to connect to want to connect with is somebody you're intimate and sharing your life with. So it's a beautiful sort of human thing.
Yeah.
Just don't put your cold feet on me. That's all I ask. So
that's the first thing I'm gonna do, actually.
Kids are the worst. Your kids are the worst ones with them cold little ass feet. Like your girlfriend's feet cold, that's cool. Like you can deal with it because there's a payoff at the end. With your kids, you just gotta lay there and take it. Like, oh, I gotta let you put your cold, clammy ass feet on me because you came out of my balls. Great, congratulations.
I think with a lot of women, they enjoy affection for the sake of affection, and it's not an engine starting. It's for the sake of that. So I hear a lot of women say, why can't we just cuddle? Have you seen those memes where it says, it started as a back rub and then 2 seconds later, and so I know there are definitely women who just wish that a cuddle could be a cuddle. If they wanted to go more, they can go.
I'm like that, Yonci. Like sexy time is sexy time, but cuddle time, they're separate. They don't have to necessarily intertwine. I'm not like, just because we're all hugged up don't mean sex is right after this.
It's a toss up to me. It's a toss up. Good luck. Take your chances.
That's a level of maturity I need to. I hope that I reach one day, champ. Because if we're cuddling and you, it's like your body just like I think a guy's body just responds. It's like a physiological response to cuddling. So I mean, especially like when you're cuddling with your person who you're attracted to, that also has your body type, that also you have a habit of knowing, like, hey, when we cuddle, this is what happens afterward. Just like your body's already expecting, like, I should take my pants off now. Like it's a default for us sometimes. Two, nobody wants to cuddle with a bunch of clothes on.
Women shady anyway.
Yeah, then you get hot.
Women is shady. They'll start the cuddling thing, and then they start backing up on you. Y'all.
That's what I was gonna say. If she tunes it up, that's different. To me, you can cuddle. Cuddling. To me, that's like cuddling you could do to your child, and it's not inappropriate. Then there's like R-rated cuddling where it's
R-rated cuddling.
Yeah, where it's like it starts to get into grinding. Like to me, cuddling in and of itself is innocent. When you start scooching and touching body parts and stuff, and that like those body parts, that's to me where it starts to get into like it's foreplay. Like
even touching body parts for me, like that's a part of cuddling for me.
Like I don't cuddle with strangers. So, yeah, I'm not cuddling with strangers. So There is no innocence in my cuddling. There's intention.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Who y'all cuddling?
Like cuddling is caressing nipples, and you know what I'm saying. And
whoa, no,
that's cuddling to me. Like,
see, I like that, but I'm definitely not gonna call that cuddling because
like my hand is down your shirt.
Yeah, like
with a handful of titty. Like I'm cuddling.
That's the thing, though, right? Because this is what happens when you grab a titty.
That's
the
not
nipple
cuddling.
gets hard.
No, I'm definitely that's cuddling for me.
You know what? Actually, no, I'm trying to think. So I guess in my mind, I associate movement with foreplay, but I guess I would be more along your lines. Like if there was a hand under my shirt, I could still sit there and watch the movie.
Yeah.
Now, if you start moving around, you might start
That's what he said.
Hold on.
If I touch the titty and the nipple gets hard, I feel like sex is on the way.
Wait a minute. What other reason than the hand going up your shirt is there in the world?
What if you just fell asleep?
I like the feel of a titty. Like I like to caress and hold my wife's titty. Like boom, we watching the movie. I'm watching. I'm rubbing on the titty the whole time.
Why do car doors have handles? I mean, something
to open them. That's why do titties have nipples? To let men know when you're turned on. Like I don't, or like to feed your children. Depends on like what season of your life you're in. But there's never been a time in my life where I've had a titty in my hand and not just been like,
oh, it's time to go.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's second base, right? First base is kissing.
Diversity.
Right, is that second base? We was hitting second base in like 4th, 5th, 6th grade. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like second base was a long time to be excited about.
I've never touched a titty of a woman that I didn't sleep with. Like I don't.
I mean, yeah, but after you've hit it a million times, like you can just chill on it. Like,
no, I'm a rub.
I'm not talking about first time. I'm talking about
I rub the back of your neck, but your titty is always gonna be sexual for me. I play with your belly button if I want to be cute, or like play with. I stick my finger in my girl's ear all the time. But touching titties, vagina, and butt, yeah, that's sex.
Oh no, like, yeah, it's constant. Like I just put my hands on her, in her butt crack and just rest them there. Like
I can't put my hand on my woman's titty and my body not respond in a blood-inducing way. Like but I actually like my woman.
I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm just saying that I don't have to act on it. Just because I'm sitting there with a woody, don't mean it's time for content. I don't need it.
Hey man, listen, we 40 plus. We got to use everyone we can because eventually it's gonna stop working.
I'm good right now, but
I think I would be traumatized if every time my man touched me, that's what it meant. Like I would want there to be hugs. I would want there to be cuddles. I would want, sometimes you're trying to watch a movie. Like you wouldn't necessarily want to stop everything you're doing just because. I think there's value in being able to have levels to it.
It is.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction. Like, do they have to be sexual? Does it have to be non-sexual? Like, I think for a long time, I'd always been concerned to like not make my cuddles always seem so sexual, so that I'm not objectifying your body every single time I touch your body. And I think, like, does it have to be sexual every single time? I appreciate it when it's not.
Yeah, like I picture your wife coming up behind you and just, scratching your back. Maybe you're in the kitchen and she just walks up and she's scratching your back. Just a way to non-verbally say, I love you. I just know this feels good to me. I'm going to do it to you. And not have him turn around like, let's go. Like,
I will say I've had an opportunity to lay with someone naked to simply just be held. Because I had disclosed that, growing up, Latina and a little thicker than my petite sister, I was always compared, right? It was always, you're too fat, you're too skinny. And I dealt with that, not only like the societal shame, but also the matriarchal shame. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that he learned in therapy was let's just simply lay down, like naked, because it's going to feel uncomfortable. It's going to be really hard. He goes, but we're just going to lay there. And we're just going to affirm you. And I had never heard of that before. And honestly, I really appreciate that moment. And I find myself now when I date, having the ability to do that, but finding partners that also have the ability to do that as well. And when I tell you, that becomes a sanctuary for me. Not just like to feel loved and cared for and appreciated, but to know that I am safe and that I don't always have to be sexual with someone. Is massive. for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you've done that before you giving him the yams, like that's something we got to do after you done gave me everything, gave me
We
your
did
soul.
that before.
Yeah, because if you're doing that before you let me experience it, you're just teasing me. You're just a tease.
Oh no, this was his offer. He did that to me before. So this was his offer. That's not something I asked for.
I
He's
love
I mean,
accepted.
but you got to understand what I'm saying, though. For the women who think, oh, I'm just going to cuddle with a guy, and no, that happens after you give me this. After I know that I can have everything from you, then I'm not going to take it all. But until then, I want everything from you.
Yeah, that's like someone asking you to
That's
make
really
a car
interesting.
payment before you test drive the car. Like, yeah, we can do this after. I'll pay for the car after I've taken it, but while I'm just sitting here trying to get to know you, or I'm test driving the car to see if I like it, I'm not making a payment to do that.
That's really interesting to hear. Like not being able to give that level of intimacy until you take something. That
No, until we receive.
You see how she worded that? Like
Yeah,
she
I called that
blatantly
too,
took
champ.
No,
that
she did it
in the negative.
exactly. I loved it.
Don't worry.
Regardless
Jam,
of how I
called
said
it.
it,
Bernie.
we got to still man things and not straw man them, right? You can take a weak point in my argument and try to be like, oh yeah, you're taking it from me, but y'all know I didn't mean it like
I
that.
just reiterated what you said.
Exactly, and that's called straw manning.
No,
But you used the word take, though, Kev. To be fair,
but y'all knew I meant something different. So that's called still straw manning.
I didn't know you meant
When you take a weak point of the argument to your and try to rearrange it to your advantage, right? And that's exactly what you just did.
Hey,
You're a manipulator.
the man's got a point. I can't argue with him. Typically
so
I will. I can't argue with that one. He's right.
I want to say this. It would be nice to have more men do things out of generosity, kindness, and wanting to do for the woman. I do hear a lot when it comes to like physical, where it is male focused. So, if she wanted to be cuddled, if she wanted to be held, I'm not talking about straddling him and doing things that are getting him aroused, like, overtly or whatever. But I would think it would be nice if it was possible to lay next to, sit on a couch and be leaning on somebody before having to be intimate. There are, side note, there is an actual industry for huggers. Where people, they said, because you need physical touch. Like they did studies on babies and the effect of physical touch. And so there are people who will get paid to do nothing sexual, but just lay next to a person because these people are so lonely and they are dying for human connection. And so I definitely think there's a lot of clatter. So whoever is making a little bit of noise, if you could just mute yourself, that'd be super helpful. So it doesn't distract the listeners.
I'll just say that gold mic didn't filter all that out, but okay. All right, so
it doesn't. It
sounds like a dog and some paws.
Only picks up my audio.
Yeah. but here's the thing. I guess I think most men are okay with that. I do believe most men would be okay with the human connection part. And at some point there's got to be some sex. Like you just can't cuddle forever. It depends on where you are in a relationship. But I think more women could get cuddling, if they approached it in the right way and talked about it. I don't know. I think a lot of my problems are communication related. And
because I mean, I'm like Jacob in a way, because how some women, y'all see those videos, they made like a whole TikTok thing about it where the men would walk by the woman, and when he didn't grab her booty or did something sexual to her, like grabbed her booty or kissed her on the neck, then she got mad.
That's an offense.
Then she got mad. So they made a whole TikTok trend. Yeah. Like, now why you didn't grab me? So sometimes you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
That's a violation in my house. You see this and you walk by it, that's a problem.
I think that we should probably just date people that actually like us and want to do the same things that we do.
There you go.
Because it's not trying to be funny, but I don't think that women deserve men to cuddle with them with a guarantee of no sex on the back end any more than I think that a man should deserve sex by cuddling with a woman or paying for a woman's dinner. Like, we don't owe you anything. If you guys want that, that's understandable. But there's nothing wrong with a man not being willing to sleep with you or being cuddled with you if he's not already being intimate with you, because that's one intimate to him. And then again, the first attraction that a man has to a woman is physical.
Yeah.
And are being physically attracted to someone, you know what the culmination of that attraction is? Sex. So it shouldn't be it shouldn't be I'm saying it shouldn't be. I don't think that it's disingenuous to look at that as a negative thing, or to think that it should be normal for people to just cuddle and then there not be anything coming from it. Again,
I don't think that anyone thinks it's a shameful thing for a man to want sex.
Well, if you look at the way she worded it, she intentionally used take when
Okay,
bro was talking about it.
Okay, so, that aside,
I said giving me. I didn't even say take. I was like, when she gives me everything, and then she switched it to take.
I think you said when I can't take everything, or I can't have.
No, when I can have everything. What I didn't say take. She used take, but like I said, she strawmanned it.
For my point, that is neither here nor there. What I will say is, my point is, when you're in a relationship, it's a give and a take. My guy, for example, loves to get his shoulders massaged because he has a really bad neck injury. So his neck and shoulders get really sore. That does nothing for me. I don't benefit. It doesn't turn me on. It doesn't gratify me in any way. It is a purely selfless act if I rub his shoulders. It actually works because I got to really lean in because I'm not as strong. And so I feel that is my desire in a relationship, where somebody doesn't have to have something be transactional. They can do something for me because they know I like it. So if they know that I like to cuddle and watch a movie, to me, that is beautiful. I don't think it's a matter of they don't like me. You can like someone and not show things in the exact same way. Like, my guy and I have different love languages. He's a gift guy. I'm a words of affirmation, physical touch, quality time combo. And so it doesn't mean that he doesn't love me because he'd rather lavish me with gifts. And it doesn't mean that I don't love him because I don't lavish him with gifts. I prefer to give hugs and kisses and say how handsome he is. So I think that's narrowing it too much to say that you don't like a person if you don't want to have sex every time they touch you.
So y'all know I always got a story.
Uh-oh.
So the last story is this.
Cam Jr.
This is the same guy. No,
Cam would be a cuddler though. Cam is a professional cuddler.
He would pop out of the tree first and then cuddle you.
Yeah,
in a suit.
He gets paid to cuddle with women.
Cam, I'm not joining this. I'm not doing crap on Cam. He's not here. Cam, I got you, man.
Yeah, because he's probably cheating on us right now. Sorry, Keisha.
You good? So when I was dating,
stories,
when I was dating the last person I done told you all these stories about, I started having an issue where I felt undesired, right? So it would be like, and not to put myself out there, but I don't mind putting myself out there. But like, I would walk by like naked and just do different things just to see what he do, right? And so after so many times, right, like get out the shower and just because I usually have been the this is a lot of information, but the initiator in a lot of times, right, in moments, right. So I was like, well, let me just see if I do this, what would be the reaction? So when I didn't get a reaction of him like picking me up, like, I don't know, smacking on me on my booty, doing something.
Like a little bit of a piece of meat, yeah.
Right. I was like, what happened? And he told me his first thing was, I don't objectify women. I don't do this. And it made me feel undesired. And he did it for a long time. Another reason why we broke up now. But I just didn't like not feeling wanted by him. Yeah. My friends were like, girl, he's just gay. That's what my friends say. Oh, I hope he never watches this. Well, anyway.
Everybody says that though, when a man does not have a high libido, that's usually the girlfriend's first thing is he's gay.
But it just
not want you.
Right. You know what I mean? I'm like, everything, pulling out all the stuff.
Because as women, we're used to having to fight men off. And so to get men that are not, it is the most ego crushing, painful situation. And if I sound like I'm speaking from experience, I am. The universe has sent me the most unaffectionate people ever. And so, yeah, it's very awkward. And then you scroll, if you're in that situation, you're scrolling on social media and everyone's like, oh gosh, I wish my husband would stop, manhandling me and all this. And you're, in your season, you're like, can I just get a look my way? Some guys are not affectionate. Some guys have very low libidos. And so, it could be health reasons. It could be other things outside of not being attracted to women. It's just that's not how they operate.
But I just realized that he's just not for me. Like
she said, this ain't gonna work.
It ain't gonna work. Like give me
it
something.
won't work. Y'all, can I say something that has nothing to do with anything but my little gospel blurt out? Just made me think about it. I am scarred from listening to Marvin Sapp songs now. Sorry, Marvin Sapp. I'm sorry. Does anyone not know what has been going viral with that situation?
Hold on. Time out. Flag on the play. Hold on.
Close the door.
Hold on. Let me
thank you.
Let me help him because his church is in Grand Rapids, here in Michigan.
Is there some context that we needed?
Let me say this because I grew up Kojic.
My dad too.
What happened? I have seen a million times. Like that's extremely normal in Black churches.
To literally lock the doors or joke about locking the doors?
To close the doors. That is not uncommon. I'm not saying I'm for it or I defended it. I'm just
right. I had never heard of that.
Been years. I'm talking about as a kid. That is.
Oh, he tried to clarify though, and he was basically saying, "I didn't say lock the doors. There's a difference." That's what he said. I didn't say lock them. I said close the doors. Everybody does it when the ushers come. That was his defense. When the ushers come around, they close the doors. When everybody, that was his defense.
Every Kojic that I've been involved with does it. I've seen them sort of pressure, like, "Hey, look, the Lord is there's somebody in here with a $10,000 bill." Seen it all. So I'm not saying I condone it, but that's not new. It was an old video of them. And I think what I've heard from people in Grand Rapids is that they still support him. Like they're not turned off by it. I think it out of context, it looks weird. And it looks like a shakedown, but that is Black church all day long.
Black churches are businesses and they sell hope the same way drug dealers sell dope. It's nothing new. It's not a surprise. Yeah. I don't understand why it's a big thing. Black churches beg for money and guilt trip you more than your children ever will. So I don't feel bad for the people who subscribe and keep going to that church. The man said he wanted $40,000 and he needed $2,000 y'all to give $20,000 to pick me $20 a head. Shit. Listen, people beg. Jehovah's Witnesses beg. I can't say them because YouTube protects those guys, but I don't think that a religious group begging for money is even newsworthy. Yeah. And like you said, he said close the doors. Like I guarantee you, if I was in church and tried to walk out, they wouldn't have stopped me. No, if I didn't want to give $20, they wouldn't.
You just
That's
get up.
What he was saying. He was like, they could have left at any given time, at any given moment. But
a lot of religion, a lot of church, let me say it this way, particularly Black church and sometimes Southern Baptist is just tradition. And that's not in the Bible. The Bible didn't say lock the doors. If you don't give me some money, you ain't
walking. A cheerful giver.
Yeah. And so a lot of it's just tradition. And what I saw there was just tradition that's been going on forever.
Then I feel bad that he in particular got singled out. And I'm actually glad you said that, not that I believe in closing the doors or whatnot, but he is one of my favorite gospel artists. His song never would have made it. Very impactful to me. And I have a playlist, my worship playlist for my devotion time. And it's not Nobody Greater. Nobody Like You.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And so it came on today and I literally went, I got crazy. I was like, I don't want to be thinking about close the doors when it's me and the Lord in our alone time. I was just like, I had to say, Lord, help me push through so I can focus.
Ain't there worse things he's accused of than closing the doors? Like he's accused of something wild. And you're thinking about the fact that he closed the doors when he's accused of something wild. Yeah, it's like a child molestation ring or something wild. Like, you know what I'm saying?
About
like
the Catholic Church?
No, I'm talking about Marvin Sapp is tied to some type of
Oh, you
child
talking
trafficking thing.
TD
Like
Jakes.
you talking about close the doors? Like
Are
I
you
think
sure
he was been
Marvin
accused
Sapp?
of something a little bit more wilder than just
No, I think
closing
that's
the door.
TD Jakes. I
No,
think
TD Jakes is he's not a sex ring. He's just at a Diddy party.
that's-
But I mean, and then they got audio of him having sex with a man, and it's damning. But Marvin
Okay,
Sapp
we'll
has
go back to the
been
topic.
he has been mentioned in some some Turo of child sex services, but they're not gonna talk about that.
I'm off the show.
I mean,
cannot. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is a terrible phrase. Okay, and we're on. Do you like to cuddle? That just sounds so terrible.
right.
Okay.
What I'm curious about Marvin Sapp to see
You ever
is,
been swallowed?
does this change things? Because it was kind of, remember, I know I grew up, there was corporal punishment in school, and then they got sort of shamed away. I'm wondering if he's going to change or the church is going to change because this went viral. I'm just waiting to see.
he's not from the generation of people that change. Old heads don't change well. That's one thing I got to give young people credit for. They're significantly more open and accepting of change and willing to adapt than older people are. And like, say, my generation, well, I guess I'm still a millennial, damn. But like, you know what I'm saying? The generation above me, like where my parents and
Gen X's are trash. I'll say that right now. Gen X.
Wait, what generation we in? Like you 42?
Right, I can never keep track.
Like
If you're like 44, 43, then you're a millennial still.
Well, I'm 45.
Oh, so you're Gen X.
You're Gen X.
Damn.
You from that trash generation. The men in that generation were trash. I'm not saying the women per se. I mean, y'all got y'all thing with y'all too.
The only thing
the men in y'all in the Gen Xers are absolutely garbage.
No, the only thing I can say Gen X.
Aren't you one?
I'm a millennial.
We failed to train up the millennials. That's on us. We didn't.
Y'all were raised by drug. Y'all were raised by drug dealers. These millennials are raised by drug users.
Yeah.
No, you mean the Gen Z? Millennials.
No, not
millennials are raised by the drug
millennials.
dealers.
Gen Zs. My bad.
Gen Zs.
You said I'm a zennial. I ain't never heard no.
You're not no zennial. You're born in what? 79?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
You're a Gen Xer.
Yeah.
I'm in the next one. You might as well say I'm 80s because I'm November. So you might as well just round me
Look,
up.
she all don't want to be in the 70s. Like
you got to round over like 3 years.
Yeah, I'm in a weird spot. I was conceived in the 70s and I came on the scene in the 80s. So I'm kind of like
right. That's what I'm saying.
Y'all have been making up stuff now. I
love the way
made
that
in the 70s and brought on the scene in the 80s.
The way that
you're
only women can. I love that. Like how y'all can
teeter the line, right?
Yeah, that's a skill that I think more men should
70s,
probably invest.
Oh, they're
in.
great at it.
70s, 80s. Are you guys ready for
Marvin Sapp catch a stray? All right, let's keep going. Yeah.
Okay, wait. He did it so I could try it out. All right. Woo-hoo!
I want to abuse that sound.
You said what?
I'm going to abuse that sound now.
Thank you so much, grown man talking. I appreciate that. He said $5. Oh, that was generous. $5 for this new sound effect. Thank you, Mingo. Really appreciate it. I had to import it into StreamYard, so now I can annoy you guys with my new sound effect. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna get into question number 4. And again, you guys don't get whiplash, but you're gonna get thrown backstage, and I'll bring it right back on up. Okay. All right.
Exhausted with not getting along with each other anymore. People get very selfish. We become fixated on what we're not getting, and we don't think about what we're not giving. We forget that there's someone else having that experience too, and we get on our heads. We create a lot of stories about the other person. We build up a lot of resentment. We're not attracted to each other anymore, so we don't have that passion anymore. We lose the motivation to meet each other's needs, and then we think, there's no better way to move forward from this than to get a divorce.
So it kind of started quickly. Does anyone need it played again? And I'm sorry, the music is so loud on that video. Okay, I'm going to do it one more time.
Why do you think 50% of marriages fail?
So why do you think 50% of marriages fail? They made the music way too loud over this audio.
One is because people don't select well. They select based on chemistry and their blueprint of like someone gives me butterflies and, you know, we get along, as opposed to having the tough conversations about, you know, what do we believe a life well lived is? What is our stance on children? What is our stance on money? What is our stance on spirituality? Like, what's our values? Is divorce an option? What are we going to do to fight for this relationship when we have a hard time? And then also, we feel so misunderstood. We feel unseen. We're exhausted with not getting along with each other anymore. People get very selfish. We become fixated on what we're not getting. And we don't think about what we're not giving. We forget that there's someone else having that experience too. And we get in our heads. We create a lot of stories about the other person. We build up a lot of resentment. We're not attracted to each other anymore. So we don't have that passion anymore. We lose the motivation to meet each other's needs. And then we think, you know, there's no better way to move forward from this than to get a divorce.
So before we go on, which I feel like we're going to forget what we heard and have to go back again, shout out to Sunrise. She did some research. She said she rewound it. She played back the tapes. She said, and she quotes, "If you've done that before, you've given him the yams. That's something you have to do after you gave me everything, your soul. If you're doing it before you let me experience you." I wonder if I should just play it live. "If you're doing it before you let me experience you, you're just teasing. After I know I can have everything from you, I'm not going to take it all." You said I'm not going to take it all, or I'm going to take it all?
I'm not going to.
I'm not going to. Once I know that I can have it.
Yeah, don't question the quote now.
Yeah, I'm not going to take it.
Okay, wait. So now I feel like I don't understand the quote. You said, after I know,
basically after he knows he can get
everything from you.
Like after he knows he can get it when he wants, he's not going to try to take it all the time because he knows he can get it.
The issue was the word take.
It wasn't complicated at all. But the way she portrayed it was, as he said,
as I was trying to take something from a woman, and that's not the case at all.
Okay, so the word take was used, but you were referring to, I'm not going to take it all, meaning I'm not going to try to initiate sex. So I think it could kind of go both ways. It's like
that's not both ways. That's not both ways.
The
that's
phrase
not even close.
"take it all," take it sounds like it's not being freely.
It's the context, and there's a huge not before it.
And he used not, so he's not going to be taking anything. Like he said not. Like if he didn't say not, he said won't, but he said not. Like I'm not trying to be funny, but
I understand that he's saying he won't do it, but the alternative is to take it all. So I'm saying that the word take struck me as an odd word to use in regard to sex.
Like I said, we can straw man or we can still man arguments, right? And what she did in this case, and what you were assisting, is you straw man an argument. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that that's not the intent or what I mean.
Yeah.
I wasn't co-signing how she phrased it. I simply said that word take was used, that she didn't introduce it. And I wasn't paying that close of attention when it was first said to say whether her rephrase was taking it out of context or not, because I was trying to do whatever I was doing. So I can only speak to what I remember. And so all I'm saying is take being used in context of sex, just that is it's different. It's different.
This is an interesting video here. I'm gonna go ahead and
yeah. Let's move forward back to timestamp 9:28. we gotta talk about this video.
So what are the thoughts? And I feel like I already forgot what they said. Why?
So one thing I picked up on what they said was we're so fixed on what we're not getting and forget about what we're not giving.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wrote bars, because I think I was married all of 2 years, but I think I probably was more I was probably more on what he wasn't giving, and should have been focused on, not that I would remarry him if I did it this way now, but I think I was focused on what I wasn't getting versus what I was giving.
I think the statistics preclude me as a man from having much to say on this conversation. Men aren't filing for divorce, so I don't think it's 84% or something like that of women file for divorce. So I don't have a say in it
Let's
until
not
we
go
get
there.
until we
take
get
that.
to the point where like we talk about who's been divorced, because I filed for my divorce. But
Right.
as far as this conversation goes, I don't think this is a conversation for men to be involved in.
What?
I took that video as a woman explaining something she don't truly understand what happened. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I took it. You know what I
You
mean?
took
Like
it as
she
what? Say it again, please.
as a female trying to woman explain what she doesn't understand truly happened. You know what I mean? So I think the reason why divorce rates are so high is because men aren't being leaders. You know what I'm saying? But she doesn't understand that is why marriages aren't lasting. Because I know for a fact that men kick women out the door, but we do it in a covert way to make y'all think that the relationship was bad, but we're destroying the relationship. We're making y'all think we're trash people, so y'all can complain and eventually leave us. So, I just don't think that video. It was a woman explaining something she don't understand the true root of.
It's interesting that you said what you said about women, men shutting down, and it's interesting because I did the same thing. Actually, you guys have a very time sensitive message I have to respond to. Go ahead, jump in, but I'm going to come back to that about making the woman be the bad guy for leaving. Does anyone else have a thought they want to share? So I can.
No, that's how men break up with women. We just stop showing up for y'all because we know that eventually y'all are gonna leave. That's what the average guy does because the average man is a coward when it comes to ending a relationship. It's not very many men are in a position where they're even able to express themselves adequately enough or in a way to come sit down with a woman they've got the history and the time in with to say, hey, listen, this is not working for me. I want to do something different, right? I would say the majority of men aren't in that position. But what all men can do that can get into relationships is stop doing the relationship shit. They can stop showing up. They can stop committing to it. They can stop trying to invest in a relationship, and they can just focus on themselves and eventually just wait for y'all to leave. And that's why when y'all break up with us, we're not necessarily, shook. We just like, okay, we understand, I'm sorry or whatever. We just move on. But we've broke up with y'all 2-3 years.
Hey, we might even try to be like, well, are you sure? No, let's make it work. But we really want y'all to leave.
My luck is so bad, bro. I wouldn't even do that because I would then keep it, oh, you do care. And I'd be like, damn, no, I don't. But at the same time, I'm also a very direct person. So
But I mean, I think women got to be really shitty. I mean, I don't know if y'all, but women got to be really trash for a man to get to a breaking point to really be like, you know what, I'm out.
Bro, we keep the same draws, draws and hoodies from high school because they comfortable. Right. We keep the same cars. We like old cars because we've had them for so long and memories. For a guy to leave a woman,
oh my, she has to be terrible.
Because when I hear of a dude like, yeah, bro, I broke up with my girl today because she did this. One, I respect that man for having the courage to do that, and two, I know she has to just literally have been beyond reproach.
Yeah,
there was no saving it because typically a guy, we're gonna stick around just because that saying is cheaper to keep her. It's not about money. It's about it's not about having to pay her money. It's about
the effort.
All the money we've already invested, the effort and the time we put in, and to have to start and listen to another woman talk about her childhood and how she healed from her traumas and all of that for her favorite color and learning a new favorite food and knowing who you've been with someone so she can't be like, oh no, that must have been your other girlfriend. Like to navigate those waters, you just stick with the known good or the known.
At the same time, though, we'll retract ourselves and give you a version that we think that you deserve, which is way less than the guy you thought you had in the beginning. You know what I'm saying?
It's funny that y'all say that because my ex used to be like, I'm not gonna never leave you. You going had to leave. It's not on me. What he used to say, it's not on me, it's on you. I'm not leaving. So that's what he used to say. I'm like,
yeah, like look at it like little kids. Little kids are okay being dirty. A little boy will be dirty all day. A little girl, she want to take a bath. So I mean, we don't have an issue. Like we're fine because we're like part of being a man is suffering. So we are okay suffering in a relationship with an insufferable woman because it's easier for us to move around and our show don't stop. We still got our life. We're gonna spend the majority of our time at work. We can focus on the kids. We can focus on a hobby or we can focus on something else outside of how unhappy we are with y'all. how you feel negates everything in that household. If you feel like shit, the kids are gonna feel like shit. Like a woman's energy throws off the whole house. A man's energy can be left in the garage or compartmentalized to whatever room he's in. So,
and that's why you stay. So even if you're not happy, however your word is for happy, but you would stay anyway.
Hell no, I wouldn't stay.
I wouldn't.
No, hell no.
But
Yeah.
Okay,
I know a lot. I know a lot of men
average
would
guy
though.
does that though. The average
Yeah.
man stays and will deal with that. So that's like there's a video where the girl, they asked the lady, are you happy being married? And she's like, yes. And then they ask her, well, is your husband happy? And then she's like, what? That's a weird question. Like, and they say, well, hey, we're just trying to show that we have concern for him too. And then she's like, so they asked, do you want to answer it? And she's like, no, I don't want to answer that question, because she knows he's not happy. And when they highlight that, she gets mad and cusses him out. And that happens a lot of the time. Nobody, when you guys get divorced or whatever, they check on you. The most of the attention is on you, the woman, making sure she's okay, making sure she's safe, all this other shit, right? No one cares about that man. No one calls and checks on your ex-husband. No one calls and checked on your ex-boyfriend when y'all broke up. And he's lucky if his boys did it. And we don't check on you. We just take you out.
Right.
And pretend like we just move on, because like we don't know what happened. All right, bro, y'all broke up.
Shots.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm out I don't drink, but you're saying it's like ball up top. So I don't feel bad for guys for doing that with women, because a lot of times too, when women in relationships, women will blow up a relationship for their happiness. Men will sacrifice their happiness for a relationship. So
okay, may I jump in really quick, because I feel like this relationship is very much rooted in our individuals' like perspective, right? Which is really beautiful, because we need diversity here. But to generalize a statement and to say most men will sacrifice themselves for family, when stats have shown that it's actually women that will stay even in abusive relationships for their children, right? Also, you made a stat earlier saying like you shouldn't weigh in on the conversation, but you really should, because in terms of like divorces, specifically with cancer patients, when men husbands get cancer, they have a less than 2.9% rate of their wives leaving. But when wives get cancer, it's a pretty high percentage, like 30%.
I've seen that talking point on a lot of podcasts. And the crazy part about it is, of all the men who get divorced, how many of those men have cancer? Less than 1%. So for that same reason is why I said that I don't feel that I should have a say or much to add to the conversation, because I'm such a infinitesimally small percentage of the whole. Men in my position, men that actually file. If only 16% of men are filing for divorce, we're not the ones that we should be talking to. The other 84% should be.
Yeah.
Or you said but to speak to your point, since you brought it up, the reason why those men are in that same study where everyone is citing saying that if a woman gets sick, a man is more likely to leave, because we're not nurturers. And everything, and what we have to take on when you guys get sick is not what you guys will have to take on when we get sick. When we get sick, y'all still get provided for, because we have insurances a lot of the times. We have short-term disability, long-term disability. The stuff that you guys provide for a house, there is no insurance for. There is no insurance for making sure the kids are fed. There is no insurance for being nurturing to the children and also to a wife now who's sick. There is no insurance for all the womanly things that you do. For a man who is not capable of doing those things, they have two options: fight or flight. These men are choosing to take flight. I don't think that it's okay. I think that it's one of the most cowardly things in the world that a man can do. But he leaves his wife because she's sick.
Yeah,
I think those men should be barred from being remarried and also barred from having more children. But the way that people interpret that data and try to use that as like a talking point, or as like, I got you, it just doesn't land. Because
no, it's not I got you. It's on the lines of just acknowledging that perspective. That's
such a small, that's my point. It's such a small percentage of people that happens to. It is, yes. Yes, it is.
And you said women get a higher rate of cancer.
If there's 8 million divorces, of those people who get divorced because of cancer is less than 1%. So why are we talking about less than 1% of people?
So Willie,
I would say this though.
We're comparing though the women who divorce because their partner got sick versus the men who get divorced. So we're not comparing to total marriages. We're saying of the small group whatever percentage of people leaving their partner because of cancer, there is a disparity in that.
Right.
With
Well, he stated it right
group
off
that you're
point by
talking
saying
about
men
is
are
small.
nurturers.
That's my point. Like the group you're talking about, Yonci, is so small. Why does that matter? For example, that's like saying
No,
this.
let's entertain the conversation, bro. Let's entertain it for a minute, right? And you already kind of spoke to it from your very first statement, saying men are not nurturers. So right off top, like even how I picked my wife, it was like I broke up with a lot of women who had mental or physical problems. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you got migraines in your family, I can't date you. If you got any type of blood disease in your family, your people got cancer.
None of the women in your family have men, can't date you.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so like my wife was like very, very healthy, like to the point where like I didn't date women who had like cramps and menstrual cycles in their attitudes would change. You understand what I'm saying? Like if they had attitudes while they was on a period, I'm like, I'm cutting you off. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so like that's one of the things I'm looking for when I'm dating a girl. Like, oh, I'm on my period and you're still nice. Oh, okay, I can rock with you. But if you're the type, I'm angry, get me some ice cream or something like that, I'm not dealing with this for the rest of my life. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's kind of how I thought about it even then.
My question for you is this, because you said men are not nurturing by default. If a woman, we literally met a woman today. Her husband, unfortunately, passed away. And she was a school teacher, 4 girls at home to take care of, 4 girls like under the age of 18. She's not she's not a provider by nature, right? Like that's not, most women are not wired to go out and like, I'm going to provide for a whole family. But she had to figure it out. She couldn't tell the kids, kick rocks, your dad passed away. So I get somebody not having that be their default setting, but I don't think that excuses somebody for not stepping into it. And also I will say this, a lot of men, in my opinion, are not as emotionally intelligent as women in the sense that they can identify what they're feeling and articulate it, from my personal experience.
I won't argue with you there, but
I would definitely argue that point.
But I would say
100%.
it is a person's responsibility to figure out where they are coming short in their relationship. So whether it's a woman who's not emotionally intelligent or a man who's not emotionally intelligent, it is your responsibility to figure out where you have a deficit and work it out. That's why I think marriage works so well, because it forces you to be better. So I don't see it as an excuse because you don't have it by default. There's a lot of things we don't have by default.
I would say the fact that men stay in suffering or do things to make a woman happy shows emotional intelligence over women.
In that instance, but overall, no. I understand
what in the relationship and suffer because they're in an attempt to make the woman happy. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
My experience from the stories that I've heard, my personal experience and all that, is that the men shut down because just like the women are, as you say, incentivized to leave, the men are equally incentivized to stay. You cannot say there's incentivization.
Yes, that's the word.
Okay. And not have it be both ways. So if a woman not having a financial burden is making her want to leave, men having a financial burden post-divorce would make him want to stay, which is why I always get annoyed when the conversation of the percentage of women who get divorced is used as a way to speak to a man's character, loyalty, devotion. If I was going to be penalized for leaving a job, I probably wouldn't have left my job. But I'm not penalized, so I go on and I try to find a new job. But if I'm in a situation where I can leave and they're going to give me severance pay, we call that, as you guys say, incentivization. But it's a disincentivization to a man to say, I'm going to penalize you if you leave, which is why a lot of men cheat, which is why a lot of men shut down and compartmentalize. They focus on work and sports and hobbies, and they do everything except pour into that woman, which if they did, they probably would have a happier home.
Well, so you have to say the woman needs to do the same thing. So it's not an apples to apples comparison because it's the who is incentivizing the people to do it. Men are incentivized internally. Women are incentivized by the government and the court systems. So the who is doing the incentivization in these terms of what matters. But to your previous point,
what's internal?
Like, so men, we stay because we know what's on the other side. Like,
but the
damn,
government is imposing that on you.
no, it's not. No, the government doesn't impose us women being trash that we have to date. The government doesn't impose us having to start over. That's a choice we make.
No, I'm talking about the money. I'm saying the money is the
we're not
determining
talking
factor.
about the money.
Most men say it's cheaper to keep her. There's a reason.
That's not it. That doesn't. When men say it's cheaper to keep her, we're not talking about money. It's not. Excuse me. It's not just money. The money is a part of it, but it's also the time, the effort, and the starting over.
So why is it that when men talk about why should I get married, money always is the number one reason they push back?
Because we're talking about resources, and we know how unfairly courts are when it comes to division of property that women didn't help that man earn or help that man get. So that's the issue.
That's the disincentive. That's what's disincentivizing to a man. If he knows that
those men don't have money, though, the men. So one thing I hate about like when you have to make this argument is the men you're hearing it from don't have shit to lose anyway.
I'm not going to argue that point, but that is the argument. So I'm saying it has to be one side of the fence or another. It could either be that marriage is so terrible because of the loss that I'm going to incur after she leaves, or there is no loss after she leaves.
Marriage is terrible to a lot of men because they don't benefit nearly as much as women do. That's what makes it terrible to the majority of men who can actually go get married. The rest of those guys are just paired and talking points and trying to be men that they've never been before.
But do you agree that most men bring up money and say, I have everything to lose? If I sign that paper and I'm married, I have everything to lose if we get a divorce. They always bring up divorce.
No.
So
I think
not just that, but also, you know, you got to look at the child support and stuff like that. Like, you don't need money to have to pay child support. Like, you can get paid $2,000 a month, and $1,000 of that will go to child support. So,
and that's to my point.
Assets, yeah.
That's my point. Is that for men, money is a big factor in deciding whether or not to divorce. And
it's not money; it's resources. If you said resources,
all of the above stuff that you got. So all of the above. What I'm saying is, men know there's going to be a negative effect to leaving the relationship. If there were no consequences at all, that would be a fair
Yonci,
chart.
I don't think that's the primary reason.
It ain't the primary reason.
It's not the primary reason.
Yonci, I think personally, the primary reason is that men we endure. It just is what it is. Like we literally, and I'll explain to you. Most of us men don't go to the doctor. Like when we're like, you get sick. Like my girl, she's like, "Yo, take some medicine." I'm like,
"No, they got a broken finger. He won't go to the doctor. He walks around like with his broken.
Yeah,
finger.
I'm like, I'm fine. Like, take medicine. No, why do I need medicine? Like,
I'll give you that.
Yeah, like we just do it. Like we just endure. We don't think about, you know, how to get out of things and stuff like that, and how to fix a lot of things. We just live with it.
So why cheat then?
Why cheat? I think men cheat because most men who cheat, they never stop. Like they got into a relationship and that's always been who they are, and they just never.
They cheat because their woman isn't worth being faithful to.
Hold on. Before we go there, let me go back a second.
Me and Willie disagree on that one. We'll disagree.
Wait. And when I say not worth it, they're not worth it to him. Like, and that's all that matters. She can be worth it to herself. Not saying she's a good person.
Then why not leave her if she's so worthless to him?
No, because she's not worth being faithful to doesn't mean that she's not worth being in a relationship with. Just because she could suck sexually, her head could be terrible, but the girl that he works with gives him the greatest sloppy toppy on his lunch break ever. So he's keeping the 80 and getting the 20 from somewhere else. Like,
hold on, mine says something important I don't want to lose, because men will endure. Let me elaborate on this a bit. A man will sometimes forego his happiness out of sense of duty, responsibility. He'll stick it in. He'll try to stick it out.
I will agree with that.
And men need to be better. I agree with something Willie said earlier about saying, look, if you don't want to deal with this woman, you don't like to leave immediately. Like, men need to be better at that. Sometimes we'll stay around too long or deal with a woman too long. We know we don't like that. We don't really want to be with like that. You got to be better. I think men need to be better at picking who they get involved in. But when you get married, it takes a lot for a man to get down that aisle. I don't know if you ever heard this from a guy. We don't do that haphazardly. Most don't. I don't care what you see on Jerry Springer or whatever. For a man to get to a point that he says those vows and means it takes a lot. That's not something he enters into lightly. And to exit it, it's going to take a lot because he's taking on the responsibility of a family, usually children, responsibility for another life. Men, you'll hear them. They may be out doing all sorts of weird trash. Even back in the day, men had other families, but they still had a responsibility to their wife. They still held up that responsibility, even while they were
that's an internal thing, not an external motivation.
They will do it because I got a wife, I got to do this, and they'll stick it out as much as they can. Should they? That's a whole nother conversation.
Right.
But
okay.
they do.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And I hear your argument. You're saying they have a sense of duty, and that's probably why men so much talk about loyalty, even though loyalty is also being having fidelity. You're not being having infidelity. But my question to you is this: do you think there is value to stay, or where do you think is more valuable? Physically staying. Okay, let's say I'm Keisha's husband. Keisha tells me every single day, I don't feel loved. You never tell me I'm pretty, and you don't grab my booty when I walk by. And you say I look like an adolescent because I'm not curvy. Okay. And that hurts my feelings. And he said, I said that because that's what Willie said, right? And that'll hurt. So she says this over and over again. They go to counseling. She says it to the counselor. She's said it so many times. And she finally just shut down. She's just broken, right? But she's sticking it out. The guy is sticking it out. She doesn't feel like doing all this extra stuff because she doesn't feel loved. And he's sticking it out. Is there merit to sticking it out for the sake of sticking it out? Or is it more valuable to say, let me actually address my partner and see what would make this person happy?
He's telling her to leave.
In return, that person is also doing that.
I tell any man to leave when a woman says, well, if you do this, I'll do that. It's transactional. And what you just said was she doesn't want to do the things he likes because she doesn't feel love. She doesn't feel what are all the other things. If she's not doing it based on how she's feeling, then she'll never, that relationship won't work anyway. You have to love your partner when you don't.
See, because, and I'm only using my example because we're using my example. I wasn't like, I'm done. Up here, I caught myself slowly backing away because I don't think it was transactional. I just didn't feel desired by him. And I didn't say, well, I'm not going to do this because, if that makes sense. It's just, I noticed a change.
Was the outcome the same?
Huh?
The outcome was the same. What your intention was doesn't matter.
But let me say this, and I'll be transparent. We're going to be grown for a second. We're talking about, serving your partner on your knees, right? And just be creative with it. That is an act of service. I don't care what you call it.
Even if it's not on it's an act of service.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. But it's an act of service, right? To give that, to do that job. And that is, to me, it is another level of showing love to a man. And men even say if a woman wants to do it, it's so much more enjoyable. I would never want a partner that would even want that from me if I didn't want to partake in that. So if I feel like my partner is not caring, not compassionate, or whatever, I don't feel bad about not doing that, because there's certain things that, for me, I was going to say as women, I'll speak for myself. There are certain things that I need fuel in my tank to want to do that is quote unquote above and beyond. That in particular is above and beyond. Now, what I tell the women in my course,
what's above and beyond?
I don't say that's above and beyond. That's regular for me.
No, I'm saying above and beyond in the sense of like you have marital duties. Like you have marital duties, and I don't think that you should withhold. But what I'm saying is I don't think that should be something that is demanded. I don't think anyone should demand that. I think
you don't think that's a duty?
I don't think it should be demanded of. No,
I
don't
think she wants.
Well, no, I don't think anybody's gonna put a fist up and say, "Hey, you come do it."
But that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't call it a duty. Like, okay, but let me finish this thought and then see what you have to say about this. So my philosophy is this: I don't feel comfortable engaging in sexual relations if I don't feel at the core the person is loving to me. My body doesn't work that way. Our bodies physically need to lubricate. There are things that need to happen for it to be enjoyable. And I would never want to be with a man who would want to still be with me and I'm knowing I don't physically enjoy it. That being said,
we talking about our mouth? We talking about your mouth? Or We gotta. You said
I
gotta
went
lubricate.
back. I was talking about just intercourse, but yes.
Astroglide tastes terribly. I heard.
So what I'm saying is, what I teach in my course is this. I understand a woman wanting to shut down physically because we are wired to have that connect to emotion. But I said, you don't use it as an excuse to just say, I'm not being intimate with you. You need to say, this is what is making me not feel like being intimate with you, and address that. And then he should address it. So I don't think that it should just be, well, I don't feel good, so the kitchen's closed. I think it should be, I'm not comfortable doing this until we address this issue. That is what I think is healthy. Otherwise, you are having a selfish man say, well, I have a physical need, darn your emotional needs. I'm just gonna, hey, bend over and get what I need. That is not love. That is not a relationship. That's not even friendship to me. That is a borderline abusive situation. And I'll stand 10 toes on that.
I think one of those is like, so this, and emotional needs. I completely understand emotional needs, and I guess this is me playing devil's advocate.
Bring it
and
on.
I wouldn't even call it that. I think I'm just kind of like trying to process and work through it together. But like emotional needs are like vast. It's like there's no way to like kind of like pinpoint where things are coming from, or
she needs to be specific.
Yeah, versus like a sexual need is like, yo, I need you to do this act. It's that easy for you to understand.
So if you were a client, if let's say Keisha, I'll just use it again. If Keisha is my client and she has, her partner and her husband or whatever, they're in coaching. And so we'll just, for the sake, sorry, Deja, for this conversation, we'll say Keisha and Mont are in a relationship. Okay. So Keisha's like, hey coach, I don't feel like being intimate. And then I ask like, well, what's the issue? What's the problem? And she would say, I don't feel loved. Well, what could your husband Mont do to make you feel loved? Oh, you guys hear that, huh? Time is running out. I thought I'd switch it up this time for my song. Anywho, Mont's face, he's like, I would say, well, what would make me feel loved? And have to get her to be specific. So then she would say, well, when he comes home from work, I want him to kiss me. I want that to be the first thing he does. Come in, kiss me before he addresses the kids, gets on his phone, whatever. What else? I want to at least be able to cuddle for, a few minutes watching a TV show after. You would have to quantify it because, yes, you don't want it to just be this make me feel good for in perpetuity. But most women have a love language and something specific that the guy could do to make her feel good.
Okay, that makes sense. I had another thing about you when you were talking about when we were talking about the sex thing and men cheating and stuff like that. This is another devil's advocate thing. So for you, is it hard for you not to cheat? Is it hard for you not, like when you go outside and you see other men, do you find it difficult to not?
I don't even think, it doesn't even cross my mind.
Okay, so your disposition is probably so much different from the average man who it crosses his mind very hard. So you're kind of like dealing with an entirely different battle because that's not a battle for you. Unlike a man where it might be easy for him to eat the same meal every night. And you're like, oh, you want to eat chicken and broccoli? How can you do that?
God. Monte could do that. I could never.
Man can do that.
Yeah, like we can just eat the same meal over and over again because it's simple.
And that's why we stay in shitty relationships. It's Groundhog Day for us. We're okay with it.
And why you could stay in shape. Because if I could eat the same meal every day, it would just be like chicken breast broccoli, and I lose all this weight.
Because we eat the same thing every day, we still have our snacks in between. We'll have our Dr. Pepper and Nutter Butters, our Doritos, our Gushers. Like we'll have our snacks, but the food.
Relax. That's a lot.
You know what I'm saying?
You just ruined the whole diet.
Yeah.
He's like crack cocaine, Twinkies.
Whoa! See how you just escalated? I didn't say shit about crack cocaine. Like, whoa!
I did escalate it, and you see, I got the giggle from the panel. But yeah, I was, I'm gonna be careful with my words. I see stuff online, and it can be very frustrating at times because there's so much. Like men versus women and, people trying to be heard and not this effort to understand each other. And I will say, like, one of the things that I love the most about my person is that he is very open-minded and he's so eager to try to understand and come up with a solution. Like he looks at it like, I want this ultimate goal, which is peace. And so I give him the formula. This is what makes me peace. Grabbing my booty when I walk by, that will give end result in you peace. You not just randomly leaving the house, but saying, hey babe, I'm gonna go run some errands, I'll be back in an hour. I give him the information on, you know, what would help, and he is an active participant. If he were to just be like, just give me peace, man, just give me peace, and then keeps doing the things that doesn't give me peace internally, or rather doesn't make me feel love, which results in me not having peace, then it would be hard to respect him. I think that people need to both be contributing, you know, to the happiness of the relationship.
Question: why don't you call Monty your man? Like, why do you always have to go like my partner, my other Hassad? Like, why can't you just say, you know, what my man kind of does? Is
I don't know. I never caught that. He mentioned before the word partner, and I forget what he said about it, but it was like, I think he said it's not a clinical or something like that. I don't even realize I do it. I'll say my guy. My
I think
person.
if you say like my man, that would just comes off a lot more organic and.
I think for me, when I say my person, it's almost like oh,
it's like no offense to anybody. It's like almost kind of like, you know, like you like girls or something like that. If I didn't know you, I'd be like, oh, you like. I would assume, oh, you're her person.
It does
Okay,
get
so with
used
another
for
woman.
a lot of
The alphabet community definitely uses partner to talk about their people.
Okay, you guys have permission whenever I say anything other than my man, y'all can be like, hey, okay, whatever your little code will be, and I will try, because I'm not married to one or the other. I have different way. I'll say my fiance, my man, my person, my guy, my honey, my love.
You've never said your fiance on here.
I haven't.
Every time you say my guy, you know what my guy does is, or you know what my partner does, but you don't say fiance or man.
Really?
That's because she don't respect fiance. She
No,
don't respect
it
husband.
just sounds like she's trying not to hurt somebody's feelings, or she's trying to be inclusive. Like she's trying to be inclusive or something. I don't know.
No, and I love.
Say gold Mike.
You got an orbiter watching.
I want to know why it's a problem to be inclusive.
There was nothing wrong with being inclusive, but I don't think that I don't think it's doing what somebody would think it's doing. I think that she can say my man, and it's fine for her to say my man. It's okay to be inclusive, but it's also okay to say my man. So I just, you know,
I think it's a terrible idea to be inclusive while you're talking about your man. Your man should be revered above all, and we don't owe inclusion to people. So her saying her man, like, she doesn't have to be like. I think if you ask him, he'd tell you like, yeah, if you're trying to do it to be inclusive and keep me in the same, like, you're putting them in the same level, and I don't think that men like that.
No, she just said that he
I think Yonci's just kind of green, to be honest. So that's why.
No, she mentioned that he said it was a preference, like something like a lot deeper, which I've heard other people say. Like, this is not just my man. This is someone that, you know, I'll ride and die with, someone I have conversations with, someone that is more, right, than simply a man. He's everything. So I think sometimes in society we just say like my man, my woman, but it's like, can we get deeper than that?
Well, because
that's husband. She don't like fiance. She likes husband.
Like, yeah, it's just
I've actually slipped and almost said husband so many times. Or no, it's not so much I say husband. I actually call myself his wife. I'll be like, oh, because you know you love your wife. I'm like, oh, I'm not yet. You know,
you got a ring on. We'll say whatever you want.
She wants to be wife husband title. She's not respecting.
Man, y'all could have went to the courthouse and got married the day after you got engaged and had.
I would have done that, Willie. I actually advocate for that. So don't even tempt me with a good time.
Get her done.
I literally sent him a picture of this couple in tracksuits getting married, and I sent it to him today. You want to do this? But no, Ma, I respect what you said. They say intent and effect, or intent and whatever. It is good to know how it is coming across. I'm interested in that. You guys are my demographic, and I will be. I don't think it's wrong or right, but I will be aware of it now, because if fiance or man sounds more sentimental, and as men, and take it to another level as Black men, if you guys felt away just hearing it as my friend, then anything to make him feel more loved and respected. I'm all for that.
He's probably holding it up.
What does Monte prefer?
Delete the group chat. That's why.
You
I
said
don't
what?
know if everybody else noticed it.
He's probably holding it up because you're trying to make him delete the group chat.
No, he no, actually I've been the one stalling with the ceremony and all that. That's a lot of planning. But no, he has reacted negatively to the word partner. Like he's just like,
Okay.
why? Like he just like confused, like why?
Yeah,
Like,
man, we don't want to be called your partner. Like that's what you call your friend, or like somebody you work with. Like I'm finna lay down my life for you. I don't lay down my life for a partner. I lay down my life for my woman or a wife.
That's what I'm saying. That's that sense of duty.
Oh,
you start talking about my friend and my little partner, like you just like I didn't do
now you add a little to it. Why you gonna act? You went Koji got my little pot.
Oh, I
I
like
would
that.
do all this for you to call me partner? Like hell no. Like you were
My lord. Well, when my lord said to me the other day, when my liege, there was a video. It's funny. I sent him this one of the ladies. She was like hailing her king, and she's like throwing the little petals. So it just made me think about
have you, ladies? Have you ever called a man your friend and he got offended by that? That's a real good sign that he's digging you. He don't call me no damn friend. I ain't no friend. Like we doing something here.
No.
No, I ain't
You
never
know
got
what?
played with like that.
Sometimes this is so weird.
Because a lot of men get called. See, that's the thing, Jacob. I'll use you as an example. When men like you get called a friend, that doesn't mean that you still not smashing. The men who get mad about being called friends are the ones that want to smash and can't.
Nah, you look.
I agree with that. And I will
No.
say that this week in therapy, I realized that as a heterosexual woman, it is very difficult to find a man that can only be my friend because given the chance, he would sleep with me.
It's not difficult to find a man.
It's not even about the sleeping with you. Like there's guys that'll only be your friend, but you got to understand the task of a friend. Like
yeah, we don't benefit from being women's friend.
Here's the thing that like men benefit from being friends by getting each other, helping each other get laid by other women, and helping each other get money in life experience. Women can't help in advice or life experience. So unless y'all are great wingmen, which a lot of I have a lot of female friends and they're great wingmen. You know what I'm saying? So I've used them throughout the years. Like they're great wingmen, so they fulfill the role of getting me yams from elsewhere, even if they're not giving me the yams. You know what I'm saying? So that's your role. And if you're not helping him get yams, you're not a friend. If you're taking all this time and not helping him get laid, then what are you doing?
I don't think it's so much about helping them get laid, but to say that is the only woman's role in a friendship, I think is very
that's men's friendships. You got to understand the dynamic, the role of men's friends.
Like the general perspective, which is what makes me sad because I know the value that women have, and I'm sure y'all do because y'all have like partners and wives, and you see the value in that, right?
The value is yams.
Sure, that's fine.
We can teach you emotional intelligence and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, all I'm saying is sometimes I'd like to.
I think men are
male perspective, like on a man's perspective, on a situation without them being like sexually involved. That's all I'm saying.
That's the point, though. There's the payoff of a man's relationship with the woman is sex, ultimately. So when a man is just your friend, you're benefiting from that because you benefit from the same thing you would benefit if he was your man: his protection and his provision, and then the fact that he's responsible for you. If you and Jacob were just platonic and y'all went out and y'all got robbed, Jacob would protect you just because you're a woman, even though he's not sleeping with you. If you guys went out, Jacob would probably pick up the check just because he's a gentleman and he's a man.
No, but to say that's all we're used for
we're not saying it's all you're useful for. There's a billion things you guys could be useful for, but unfortunately, most of the time you aren't. Because the majority of things that women can give a man that benefits him is in the form of a relationship. Because there's nothing you can give a man that he can't go get better from one of his homeboys.
I'm going to play devil's advocate.
I have a question.
Devil's advocate for that.
Go ahead.
Well, let's say you're sick, right?
Mm-hmm.
And do exactly what you did for me. When I had COVID, you sent me a whole care package, right?
Okay.
So let's say I have a guy friend. I'm single, obviously. Let's not get it twisted. Okay, this is a hypothetical. Okay, my man.
And I sent the whole house. It was for baby girl and Monte.
But what I'm saying is, yes, he did. What I'm saying is, let's say I sent a care package or I brought him a care package, and I said, I know you're sick. You don't have anyone to take care of you, and I come in there and I clean up. I get the Lysol everything down. I make sure he's good in the bed. Maybe change the sheets for him. Like basically, be like darn near a nurse. Like, I think you could do a lot of nurturing things.
No,
for
that's
a
great.
friend.
That's great, but they're not doing
Saying
that.
it's only
I was gonna say,
sexual
how many
value.
women are
That's
actually doing that,
valuable.
Yonci?
They're
Yeah,
not doing that,
some
Yonci.
women are doing
That
that.
would be perfect. That would
How
be
many
perfect.
women are actually doing
Thank
that?
you.
Yeah, a lot of women ain't doing that.
That is the point.
That's-
If a woman wants to be friends with a man, just be ugly. You can have all the male friends in the world.
Hold on.
Facts.
This is important because what you just described is the men unanimous. We were all in unison, like, yes, do that. That is not what that is what's happening. Like,
Or if he's decorating his apartment and he's like, I don't know what to, how to decorate, or I want, like, for me, when I have guy friends, I'm usually giving them the cheat code with women. Even if I have like a married guy friend.
That's what bro said.
I'll be like, did you say this to her? Did you remember to get her flowers? Valentine's Day is coming up. Like, we have a lot of benefits.
You're helping me get yams.
That's what he said.
That's literally
That's
what he
bro.
said. Like, you just proved his point. Like, I don't know how that.
But even outside of him having a relationship, I can add value to him. For example, let's say he's a single dad and his son comes over and his son expresses that he's disappointed about something and the dad goes, get over it. I could teach him about empathy. Hey, you could still say, I know that really must be frustrating, but you know what? Let's deal with your frustration in this way. I can contribute and teach him things on an emotional level that maybe that child would have gotten from his mother, but because the mom has passed away or whatever.
But the things you're saying, I think the incomplete sentence that we're not giving you here is that there's nothing that you can do outside of sex. There's nothing that you can do that his homeboy can't do for him.
Yeah, intimacy and conversations and feedback. A lot of the
we
time,
don't want that with women we're not in relationships with. Because again,
you don't want that with women.
No,
we don't.
We
don't.
Like, it's not a we. I'm speaking generally for men. And the things that just because you guys think it's valuable to you, it's not valuable to us.
Let me ask KG. KG, if you had a really rough go at something, God forbid you lost a family member close to you or whatever, would you rather deal with it on your own, or would you enjoy the comfort of, let's just say if in this situation, a female friend who says, hey, I noticed you haven't been yourself lately. What's going on? And you get to open up to her.
It's not a good example because
we don't talk to
Willie
women.
and everyone is saying, but wait, it's not a good example because I can get that from a man or a woman.
Okay.
So that's the point that they're making. We would
And
have to think of something
is
different.
safer. Talking to opening up to a woman that's not yours is definitely not.
But
we don't even want to open up to our women. You think we're going to open up to one of our homegirls? Like, no.
Well, we're talking about things that are infrequent and to some degree extreme. Now, when we talk about men and women being friends, we talk about kicking it with some regularity. Like I think that's what we're talking about here. Willie ain't getting sick every week where you got to come over, or send a care package. This is very infrequent. I think what we're confusing here is talking about relationships where men and women are communicating on some regular basis. I think Mike called me. He said, Jacob, I think you're a little naive. And I think there might be some truth to that in some situations. I think I'm friends with a woman. And then the next thing you know, she's like, what's up? And I'm like, wait a minute. I thought we were friends. I thought you just wanted to help me with dance lessons. I just thought you wanted to do this. And then the next thing you know, you telling me something different. I've had that happen to me more times than not trying to be friends with a woman, and we talk with some regular. I put some context.
What's that like?
I'm not from here. My closest relative is 10 hours away. So I am truly in Michigan, by myself. So having a community and talking to people, that I have to have that for some social activity and just for some sanity. A lot of women confuse that with something else. So I'm like, hey, I'm going to take dance lessons. You want to join me? The next thing you know, class is over and they talk about, hey, what you want to do now? Like, no, I want to go home. I've taken dance class. Thank you for your time. And
that's because of people like Willie who only ever access them when they want something back.
Well, this is the
I
thing.
don't only access women when I want something back. What?
You said you have no purpose for her. She has no utility outside of sleeping with her.
I said that men have, generally speaking, there's no utility a woman can give outside of a relationship. So for the few female friends, I only have one female friend that I will call a friend. But of the other women I know, I don't call them for anything. For example, how many times have I called you for dating advice? and you're the one in that, like, you're the one female friend that I
Never.
will claim publicly. So, like, I've never called you for the one thing that you are the dopest at. There is a reason for that. It is because that is not what our friendship is based on. You being a dating coach is not why we're friends, because obviously that wouldn't work for me. So I don't access my friends because I want something. But what I did say was that there is nothing that a woman can give a man outside of sex that he can't get that's more safe and more free from his male friends. Now, that is what you say, bro? The steel man argument. Because the same way that you claim to want to come to a man's house to make sure he's good, like because he's sick and all that stuff. Not trying to be funny, but women aren't doing that for men they don't want to be with more often than not. And then two, Jacob could come over here and make sure I'm straight. Mont could come over here and make sure I'm straight. And they'll do it just to make sure I'm straight. Mont might not come over here and clean up shit, but he'll make sure Esmeralda or whoever my housekeepers are will.
So I want to say this for the record. It makes me sad, like, as a woman, that is sad to hear. Like, that is sad to hear that our entire gender, the only value that a man sees is if
the primary,
his woman.
Not only primary.
Well, you said there's no reason to go to a woman else if you're a guy.
That's your primary value. I mean, not trying to be funny. Your primary agency is sex. Ours is provision. I mean, it's not bad. It's just
but this is the thing. If I didn't have a man, I would crave masculine energy. And I don't mean utilitarian. He's coming over and helping me lift heavy stuff. Even if I had, like, I enjoy my brother's company and he's in Los Angeles, so he can't come do things for me. I enjoy hearing a man's perspective. I enjoy this, just beauty in masculine. I like being around masculine. I also like being around feminine. So there are times where I'm in the mood for feminine energy. There are times where I'm in the mood for masculine energy. When we do date nights, there's a different energy when it's both, multiple couples, and there's men and women. It's different when it's just the girls going out. So I find value in both genders for different reasons. It just saddens me. Like, I'm not arguing. It just saddens me that men don't see the value in the women.
In the friendship.
I don't think it's
there's value in women in cuddling, and when I want something cute to walk around the house in some little panties, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's value in that. You know what I'm saying? In the environment.
Outside of physical, there isn't value.
I have to go drop off my daughter really quick, but I just wanted to leave a note. I will add to your sentiment of this is honestly what society has made us down to. It's either you give me sex or you help me get sex. And someone mentioned something that put things in perspective for me, that the average woman won't care unless they want something. The average woman won't X, Y, and Z. That shifts everything for me, because most of the men that I date don't have guy friends that they can have vulnerable conversations with. And maybe that's the reason why when they're meeting me, they're seeing something more, because what they're receiving is safety and not transactional. Because every time I try to go on a date with someone and they're like, I don't want to cry. Like, I don't want you to see me. No. Like, you're here to be you in whatever form you want to come. You don't have to not cry to shoot strong. In fact, cry, because it shows me that you have the capability to be able to share.
Ironically, we talked about crying last week.
It does hurt me to hear that, because I realize y'all have a community. Y'all have friends, and that's beautiful. But to say that all men have that level of safety, and we cannot deny the lexicon surrounding checks and balances with masculine men. Don't cry. Oh, you're talking about your girl, stop being a pussy. All this and that. No. And let me finish, because I think often when we get into debates, we're missing the mark. We're getting into debates to prove our point, but we should get into debates for the point of, let's find common ground, not to feel morally superior, because we all have different perspectives. But it is to say that I know more of my oppressor because I'm constantly dating them. And I recognize that as a society, women sometimes don't give men the grace to be able to feel their emotions. to be able to have that. So maybe when they're meeting women like me, they're like, oh, I can be myself and be accepted. Oh, I can do that. And maybe that's what's fostering this whole, like, I want to be intimate with you because you're creating this sanctuary for me where I don't feel it with my friends. And the men have told me, why don't you share it with your guy friends? All they say was like, damn, that's sad, and move on. Versus with me, well, let's unpack that. Who told you that? Who told you were too much? Someone must have said it. Like, you're not, who told you that? Because when you were born, that you're perfect. Someone embedded that in you. And I think that is where we could acknowledge where women, healthy women, can give a man grace, just like a healthy man can give a woman grace without the need of sexual exchange.
You're
we're
speaking
definitely
from the
not born
perspective.
perfect. We're born sinful, actually. One and number two, we'll cry. We'll cry. I will definitely cry after I got the yams. I'll cry in the yams.
Goodbye.
Something women are good at meeting y'all. I gotta go. Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Come back. Yeah, see, I wanted to explain something though, like, because when you were talking about masculine and feminine energy, I think it's sad because you're just now learning it, and it wasn't just something that you just knew. But in reality, masculine energy is like, it's utility. It's just, you can use it. So I can imagine why you would love masculine energy around your brothers. Like, it's like a man, we love being around masculine energy too. Like, if you have big brothers, oh my God, you feel safe. Like, that's the greatest feeling in the world, even as a man. If you got big brothers or you got homies.
Being around girls then, because that's not utilitarian.
You like being around girls because you're a girl and because y'all can talk about
and
things.
it's familiar. That's super safe. There's definitely utility in you being around women.
So how is my relationship with my brother utilitarian?
So it's not so much utility you being around women, because y'all just like being around each other. Because
I said my brother. In our brother relationship, he's not helping me move. He's not solving stuff.
Because you know he can.
Every
single moment that your brother is around you, you know that you're protected.
Yeah.
Every single moment that he's around you.
We live in different states, so all
Yonci, would your brother not get on a plane? Lord forbid you were dating a dude, like, so you just say you accidentally dated a scumbag and he was putting his hands on you and the rest of this stuff. Would your brother not get on the very next flight, even if it was Spirit, to come and help you remove that man from his life?
Spirit's kid.
Yes, he would, but also if God forbid something happened to his wife,
that's the utility. It's like having
I would also go to him.
That's the thing. That's the utility of it. It's like having a gun and never needing it. You know how many guns I have? Like 80. You know how many I've ever shot somebody with? But if I had to, I could. That's the utility of having these weapons. The utility of having those men around you is what they could do for you. And when you need, if you were ever in need, knowing they would. Men, we don't have that utility when it comes to a woman, because again, you guys aren't coming to help us move. You're not coming to help us when we're sick. You're not coming to help us, except maybe like bro said, when we're out trying to, get outside buns. So that's the difference. The utility is there.
When you think about the female utility, right? Which women do have utility. Like, I know for me, like, your woman might clean the house or something like that. Like, oh, that's amazing, right? But if I'm single, right? And if I'm single and you're single, right? And I'm your male friend, what are the things that you get from me, right? You can talk to me and you can ask me things that you don't know the answers to, as far as when it comes to men and stuff like that. You get that male perspective, right? When we go out, most likely I'm going to pay for things, right? I'm like a bodyguard wherever we go, because that's just I'm a man, you're a woman. It's just how it works, right? My bodyguard. You get all of these things that come with having a man because you have a male friend, right? Now, if I have a female friend, what do we get that comes with having a woman? Sex. I don't get that, right? From my female friend. She doesn't clean my house. I love it when my woman cleans up. That's one of my favorite things, is her cleaning, and I don't have to. I don't get that, right? Your female friend's not going to cook for you.
Advice.
Right? I don't need advice from female friend. Why would I need advice from a female friend?
The same reason you said women would want advice from a male friend.
No. This is the thing. Women need advice from men. I don't need advice. And let me explain. Let me explain. Let me explain, right? So many women, they pay you, right, for common sense. They pay you for things that men say to them every day. Men say, I like a feminine woman. oh, let me go pay Yonci to tell me that men like feminine women, right? Let me go pay Yonci to tell me common sense. You can't tell me that the things that you're teaching for the most part
I
are
can't
not
argue
things
with
that
that.
men are just saying, right?
Saying,
So
or if you just paid attention, you would notice.
it's so common. Men are so simple for the most part, right? They're paying you money for that, and so many people are having careers because of this. When in reality, it's like men are telling you this stuff, like right. And so y'all don't understand. Women don't understand men. That's why men are giving them help and stuff like that. I understand
No.
women in and out. I've been studying women my entire life. Men we hunt women like sexually.
You
Like
make
we go. It's
a
our
valid
job to study you.
you make a valid argument. However, think about the people we've had some on the show who would need a female friend to give them advice.
Those
Yeah,
men have
because
so many problems in life in general.
I'm
they
just
don't need a
saying, because
female
there are a
friend.
lot
They
of
need
those
A
people
lot
out
of
there.
single male
They
podcasts.
don't need a female friend. They need to stop watching these podcasts. Stop trying to identify with men they aren't. They need a father figure in their life. And they need to own the fact that they're losers and then choose to not want to be one. That's what those men. And mind you, I'm talking about men, so I don't have to pull punches. That's what they need to do. Because the one thing about that I appreciate about so many women that at least interact with your content is that at some point it's
Oh, shoot, my bad. Sorry. Clicked the wrong button.
they have to have accepted, their lifestyle and their reality, right? Because they're at least admitting the fact that they need help. The men that we're talking about won't even admit they need help because we know they've been offered help, they've been sponsored for help, and then their outcome and decisions are still the same. So those men are okay being losers as long as they get to complain and whine about it. That's not the average man though. Those are a small subsect of men that are invisible to y'all anyway. But for those men, if they wanted to be better, all they would have to do is intentionally choose to be better. Like it wouldn't even be difficult. It'd be really easy if they just got their stuff together. But then we got Mr. Defeated, and then we got the habitual. Like we understand why those men have the outcomes they have because of the decisions they continue to make. You got 6 dudes up here telling you any given episode, telling you, hey, one thing about us that we all have in common is that I would say that every man on this panel has not had very much difficulty in acquiring access to women. So if you have 6 men who are doing something that you want to do successfully and at a high rate, you are stupid if you don't listen to those people, what they tell you. But when we talk to them, it's pushback. Well, I don't think that makes sense. They talk to us the way women talk to us. And it's sad. But we can't necessarily say like we should feel bad about it. Like those are the guys that want to talk to, that should be talking to women about how to listen to women or trying to be coached by, Jacobs, or Monts or whatever. But they don't. So Mont understand women because he hunts women. Bro is married. He hunted his wife. He went and chose her, picked her, and she got with his program. They're now married. Jacob is getting these letter J's from crazy people, got pastors and shit calling them. Like Jacob is a terror. Bro in the center is quiet. Like, so you know what I'm saying? And he probably got a whole lot going on. And then my story personally. So the outcomes that we have are all because of we've done what it takes to warrant them. The same, like we understand. We all understand the base 3 things of women. Date a woman that likes you. Be worth what you ask her for. And then just be a man of your word. If you do those 3, not be a man of your word. Just look like something. If you look at the men that are struggling with women, they don't do any of those 3 things. They look crazy. They look feminine. They don't speak well. They work regular jobs and take 2 and 3 sick days a month, and their checks are short, so they can't come to events. Like they're dating like the same women they're trying to avoid.
Well, I did want to say this to Erica for the show extension.
Right.
Also to Mont for the show extension. Wait, where did Mont go? For the show extension. And everyone in the audience is saying the same thing because we get to extend the show. Thank you so much. Dare we move on to question number 5?
Right.
Yeah, we still not.
Backstage.
Hey, wait a second. We gotta make it a thing where you can't end the show. We ain't talked about all the questions.
Then y'all could just
that's when the extra time should start.
Well, maybe we should have it to a
Our
certain
special
point.
guest was actually coming on to talk about the bonus topic, and we haven't even gotten to the bonus topic. It's not my fault that you guys are having such titillating conversation. Thank
You're
you so
welcome.
much, Erica. What'd you say?
You're welcome.
Now I am gonna close the doors. If anyone doesn't buy a super chat, you guys are not going to be allowed to leave this YouTube.
Hey, Marvin Sapp.
I'll be closing the doors. Ushers.
Hey, I'm about to make that. I'm gonna make that video.
I was just about to write. I'm tired.
Unacceptable, Keisha. Doors are being locked. Okay, like the car.
Mine is backstage. Just a heads up.
Oh my bad. I was like, where's
Wow.
that?
There you
And I'm
go.
the one who
Wow.
actually kicked him off the stage.
I didn't even see it. We was
That's
talking
terrible.
Y'all don't pay attention to your messages?
about locking the doors, Mike. So yeah, you locked in now.
I didn't even
My
know.
bad,
I didn't
my
even know how I
bad.
got back there. But I was saying, and women, you know, your superpower is to be nurturing, right?
Mhm.
That's your superpower. And honestly, that doesn't go well with advice, right? Women usually, because of that, y'all give very poor advice because you always try to see the good in things. You try to see the good in people. You know, that's just what y'all are made to do.
Figure out why they're doing this and that.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, if I look fat, you're not going to tell me I look fat. You're going to tell me, no, you're fine. Your wife will tell you like, no, baby, you look fine. And then eventually she like, yo, she don't even want to be with you because you're so fat. But this whole time she just kept telling you look good, you look good, you look good, right? And she barely want to have sex with you. But like that's just y'all nurture, and yeah. So that's one of the other reasons y'all don't give good advice unless it's talking about emotional things and how.
Another good example. How many times will you be honest and tell your friend that a girl is ugly if you ask about her?
Tell your friend that the girl you're recommending to her,
or that she's again.
I'll probably be like, she's probably not your type.
Exactly, but you don't tell her. But you don't say why. You say he's not your type. When he says why, you make up some other like sister coded shit. They wear stuff where you want to tell the girl that she's she's facially challenged.
But
like,
she might not be unattractive to everybody.
See, look at her trying to find a good in
we're
stuff.
not
Look at her.
talking about
She's doing it now.
See, y'all kill me. That's like why women are like the main proprietors of that bullshit. I mean that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Even though we all know that's about art. It's not about physical as beauty for a woman. It's about art. So knowing that, like y'all won't even tell your homeboys that y'all swear y'all want if like the girl like, hey, how come I can't talk to your friend? You don't tell them because I know she's in the middle of her whole phase. You just because she's just not ready. You don't tell the truth. Y'all always try to like sugarcoat it when it comes to women.
You know why? Because sometimes we as women we can't take that. We can't take that kind of criticism because then we'll be like, oh, like it. We just as women we just can't take it. We emotional. So if I tell my girl she's unattractive, then she's gonna think I'm jealous. She's gonna think I'm this.
Keisha, I don't think you would tell your male friend that he's ugly either.
Yeah, I got one, and
you would tell him you're like, hey, you ugly, bro. You shouldn't be.
No, I probably say like every time I got this one male friend that we all of us hang out, and I'd be like, I feel so bad for him because he's not attractive, but he be pulling the girls.
Did you say that to him or you said that to other people?
No. I say that to me. I ain't say that to him.
Would you say it to him?
I ain't never said it.
We call up as ugly. Listen, if I got an ugly friend, he needs to understand that because that's how he's gonna be put in the best position in life.
How does that help him to know that you think he's ugly?
Because not that I think he's ugly, that he's objectively ugly. It's not that I think.
Does that help him?
So he knows he knows what he has to do to overcome whatever sacrifices.
How do you overcome ugliness?
You gotta understand your rate.
Be funny.
Make more money. Be funny.
Have muscles.
Be smooth.
Be funny.
Don't rely on. You can't rely on looks. That's what you're saying. There's nothing
you can't rely on your looks.
You're just saying that's not something that you can rely on.
He gets all the girls too. Like I'd be like, ugh.
It's different because like if you're a girl, right, and then it's like this beautiful woman comes around you and you're a girl, you're probably going to naturally start to hate on her, right? As a man, this is what women do. Not you
I'm
personally,
like,
but that's
damn, she look
what
good.
women
That's
do.
what I say.
I know that's
Most
what we feel like. You're so
most women gonna hate on her, right? As a man, right? If you get her, you're not just going to admit like, dang, she look better than me. Dang, her body better than mine. Her face better than mine. Her presence better than mine. Y'all ain't going to admit
I think
that.
women don't say something along the lines of like, damn. Well, we'll say
I
to
wish
the
I
woman,
had that booty.
man, you look
No,
good.
you're going to get mad at your man for looking. You're going to get mad at your friends for looking. Your
Oh,
male
really?
friend.
You're adding a whole other factor saying our man's looking.
Don't
If
Not
say
even
it.
your man.
lady,
Your male
and
friend.
her body is banging, I will say to her, "Oh my God, I would love to have your calves," or "I would love to."
Love to have your
Not
body.
you not y'all two per se, right? But just women in general, right? Y'all not going to just admit that yo, she's better than me in every damn way.
I don't think so.
Like,
You're right.
But I don't think we're comparing like that. Like I ran into a girl at Starbucks and I saw her and I said, "Your skin is so pretty. She had the most beautiful chocolate brown skin, like not a flaw." She turned to my daughter and she said, "You two are both gorgeous." So maybe I live in another universe, you guys always say. But women, we're very complimentary. Oh, I love your hair. It's so pretty. Oh, that dress is beautiful. We don't go around like hating. It's not like love
yes, y'all do.
I think
Yonci, I might just know women better than you.
What kind
I
of
might
women
just-
are you hanging around?
Listen,
Pretty
Yonci, women
women-
are haters.
Pretty
It's-
women are
listen,
definitely haters.
I think it's the women that feels less attractive.
There, maybe that's what
Not
it is.
even.
I think it's the women. No offense, the women that may not be confident in how they look.
Because I've
They
never
may
felt
be
away seeing a pretty
insecure
woman.
and be like, that skinny bit. Because I done been called
Mm.
skinny bit all the time. Not in my face, but I've heard people say that. It ain't my fault you chose. I mean, I go to the gym. That's your choice. But so I think that you know what I mean. Like I'm slim, but yeah,
y'all happen to not be haters, right? But most women are haters. It just is what it is, and it's natural. Yonci, it's natural. Listen, Yonci, if a man gets around a beautiful woman, this is what he's going to do. Most likely, he's going to be a little cold to you, right? And if a woman, let's say you work somewhere, and a beautiful woman comes in the office, all the men are going to be a little bit cold towards her, right? It's not because they want to do that.
But Mon,
It's
I'm
not
sorry,
because
this
they.
is where you're losing us. You're asking us in general, like if it's just the girls. Now you're talking about a man being in the mix.
No, I'm giving y'all both. I'm giving y'all both relationships, right? So, so this is what a woman is going to do if a beautiful woman walks inside of the office at her job, right?
And it's
She's
all
going to
women.
be not all women, most women in general. They're going to be haters.
I'm sorry, I'm saying in this hypothetical scenario, are we talking about it's a woman-only office? Because
No, it's just a normal office.
You add a man in there.
Just an average office, average workspace.
Okay, so men and women. Okay.
Yeah, just co-ed, right?
Mhm.
Co-ed. Well, most women are going to hate on that girl, subconsciously or consciously. They're going to hate on that girl, right? And that's their defense mechanism. As a man, if I see a beautiful woman walk inside of my office, I'll do two things. I'll either be thirsty, right, and want to be around her more, or I'm gonna be cold and standoffish, and I'm not gonna want to look her in the eye. These are just things that we do, and we don't even think about because it's like, oh, she's beautiful. I got a wife. I ain't even trying to look. I ain't even trying to be. I just want to be so short with you. Like I'm trying not to look you in the eye. I'm gonna just be like,
not
like,
squirt
oh.
anything.
Yeah, you're gonna be like, oh, that guy doesn't really like me. But the whole time he's just like, yo, she's attractive. I'm not trying to be, I'm just trying to look the other way. And women are just gonna hate. They're gonna be haters.
Can I add this? The
Yeah.
only time I think, the only way I would agree 100% that most women would feel away is if suddenly the man started treating other people differently. So let's say, for example, let's say me and Keisha are in the room and all day we've been having to get up and get whatever, but suddenly this beautiful woman walks in and now you're getting stuff for her, whatever. That would annoy me. I'd be like, wow, we're just chopped liver. You're conditionally kind to that person. Or if I'm with my man and he can't stop spinning his neck around, that's disrespectful. Just like if I was gawking at a dude, that'd be disrespectful. But I don't think that we just naturally feel hate. I think that when women are, I just got that should be my new song.
Hey, Marvin Sapp.
No, I should use that for when the time is running out. Close the doors because we got to get paid.
I'll send it to you.
Please do. That'll be so funny. But what I was saying is, I think they would be more triggered by a guy because let's say, they're suddenly aware of what they're not getting. I think that's the time in which it would evoke it. But just a woman on her own, just walking in, I just see so much love. Like I've never been around women like that who are like, who she thinks she is.
I had a friend.
Oh my God.
It was like a women's event, right? It was a women's event, and I think I dressed pretty decent. So I walked into the event, and I had my other friends were coming in behind me.
You didn't have a bikini on, did you?
Huh?
You didn't have a bikini on, did you?
No, I just dressed to the nines. I don't need to wear a bikini to do that, sir. But anyways, so the other people were behind me. My friends were behind me. So as I'm walking and everybody sees me, they give me love. I think I told y'all I have an aura where it attracts people. So people just naturally just love on me. And it was a room full of women. Well, my girlfriend calls me over and she's like, Keish, I think that the women feel some type of way. And I'm like, why do you say that? Because my back is turned because I'm walking forward. And she says, the women just gave me just these, who this think she is type looks. Walking in here, I had my fedora on. I had, you know what I'm saying? I had I was there dressed. And I didn't realize.
Yonci, I sent you money too.
I don't know why this is, I don't even know where this is on the screen. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I couldn't see it. Oh, y'all like that? Sorry, go ahead, Keisha.
No, I'm laughing at it. But and I never realize how sometimes as women, like to Mont's point, sorry, but as women, sometimes we do. And I think it has to do with a lot of the insecurities that women have, we may have. I don't know. Because I didn't know.
I think it comes from insecurities, but it also comes from y'all not really a lot of women know that they're not the baddest, but at the same time they're telling themselves that they are. So it's there at like this purgatory of like, am I ugly? Am I not ugly? Am I like this? Am I not like that? Versus men who like, if a man see a guy come around, he's 6'8", he's attractive, he look like he in the NBA, right? And all the girls are showing him attention. A man gonna be like, I get it. Like you have your strong suits and he got his strong suits. Oh, the guy he's good looking. I'm not as tall as him. It is what it is. Versus women who throughout your entire life, you're not told you're not beautiful. Even if you're not, your dad gonna call, oh, my little beautiful baby. Your mom gonna say, oh, my daughter's so beautiful. She's so cute. That don't happen to most men. They're not getting that. But women y'all all told that y'all to Beyonce your entire life. And then you go out there to the world and you're not the Beyonce. Sometimes you're the Michelle. Right. If you lucky, you the Kelly. But everybody thinks they're the Beyonce and they want to be the Beyonce. So that's just kind of like how it is with women. I don't know. Yonci, are you the Beyonce? Have you been Beyonce throughout your life?
Oh, absolutely not. I absolutely have. Well, I don't want to sound arrogant, but I glowed up from where I was. I was this big. They said my head didn't fit my body like a Pez dispenser.
Have you ever been to Beyonce? Have you ever? A lot of if you start slow, you normally finish. You finish strong. Most people who start fast, they kind of flame out when they get when they get out of high school. But did you ever become the Beyonce?
I guess in certain circles I was considered that, but it depended on what circles I was in.
Keisha, have you ever been to Beyonce?
I can't say that I have.
You act like I don't know. I be hearing your stories, and these girls be hating on you. You come around, you the one with the nice body.
This is the second story you done told us about somebody having.
She was the Beyonce.
Well, I think it's just my.
That's why I asked if it was the same.
When you
story.
say Beyonce, are you saying like the personality, the all around?
The Beyonce is the woman who gets the attention. It's the woman who, she's the lead singer. So you're the main character. So when you just said that you had this aura that attracts people and that the girls be mad at you. You just told us you the Beyonce.
I don't think I'm Beyonce. I don't think
that's the
Beyonce.
Might be.
I'm sorry.
I
might be
Beyonce in you.
I might be. That be Beyonce not really knowing that's Beyonce. So my bad. I might be. You know what I mean? But I don't, when I say that, when you say Beyonce, I think that a woman that kind of carries themselves to seem like they're better than like the Kellys.
Like an arrogance?
Yeah. So that's what I was thinking. And I'm not that. I just think.
Oh, yeah. No, not arrogant.
Right.
Not
so
arrogant
that's what I was thinking. So when I say I walk in the room, I'm sorry. I think it's just, if I met y'all, even though I'm just seeing y'all, if we all link up together, I'm probably the one like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not the one in the corner. I'm like, yo, what's up, y'all? Good to see, so, and sometimes that could be intimidating to some women that don't do that. They want everybody, or they think somebody should always talk to them, or they are who they are. So I'm just.
Yeah. Most women are haters. I don't know if y'all know or if y'all don't know. They just happen to be haters. Like, and as men, we see it firsthand because all of our girls be having girlfriends, and they girlfriends I don't know. Y'all got the craziest, most strangest friendships in the world. Not you, Yonci. You probably don't even know about this, but a lot of women will be friends with women who they hate. Y'all hate each other's guts since middle school.
I didn't know this until I watched reality shows, and I was like this. And they smile, and they'll actually go out of their way to get undressed. That's stupid in that. I'm like,
I learned that the hard way. Like, I had a girl that she was having everything, like bringing all the women around, and she secretly was telling each other, like, she doesn't like us. Like, it was crazy.
In the hood, the pretty girls get beat up. They get their hair cut. They get their face cut. They you know, it's rough.
I ain't had that problem. Number 5.
Yeah, question number 5, because it's 10:45 and we still stuck on question number 4.
And the host here needs to get control of this panel here.
She got on gold mic. What'd you say, Jacob?
Both are edited. I did not realize that, Yonci.
Is that a new mic, Yonci? Let's go ahead and talk. Is this a new mic? Like this?
Because he keep talking about it. So please,
I just decided to take off the cover because everyone has the same cover. So I just decided to.
But not you, because you Beyonce. You gotta go. Yeah.
Jacob.
I cannot wait to show this.
Look, wait a minute. Hold on. You have to say it like that now. Come on now. It's there for the people who need phonetic spelling. So
what did she say?
She said she put a lot of emphasis on the cup.
The Jacob.
Like, yeah.
He wrote it down there so we can pronounce it right. So
I know. Sound it out.
It's a B. It should have been a P.
It sounds like she's a B cup, C cup. He's a J cup.
Right.
Oh wow.
That's a lot of cup. J cup.
Damn.
Okay.
Anyway, how y'all doing? I mean, what's the dinner?
Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors.
That's what you've been working on.
We all gonna leave. Y'all ain't going no place but to the restaurant. Close.
That is funny, Willie. I didn't even notice the other one had my face on it until I looked closely. I was like, oh, it's just a
Oh, he just made that? Oh, that's
he just made that. That's what I was laughing at. Well, we gotta add that now. Let me see.
I like what Clem said. If we as Black folk can't root for each other, beautiful, considerate, kind-hearted Black men and women everywhere. That's what she said.
What just that? What was that? It glitched on my end. Did it glitch for y'all?
Yep, it glitched for us too.
The stream shut down. I was like, what did I do?
It's frozen on my end.
Ugh.
He like Joe Clark. Get them chains out the doors.
Damn.
Wait, the video is what you call it, or me, I'm frozen, or the video that was playing?
The video.
Oh yeah, it just pauses after a while.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh. I was trying to add it, but I don't know why. Oh. Please quit and reopen Chrome. No, I'm not doing that. Literally, like my screen is glitching.
It's the mic.
Be quiet.
It's changing scenes that I'm not doing. Oh, thank you for coming, KG. That is, see, I didn't even touch it and it just moved again. Super weird.
I don't like all this attention.
Get some holy water here. All right, so let's get to question number 5.
Thank God.
When you are in a conflict, which helps you cool down more? The options were talking it out, or I believe walking away. Let me open it back up real quick because all this thing got messed up.
One word.
Talking things out or taking time apart. That's what it was. I'm gonna need this screen to stop moving when I'm not touching it. That is creepy.
You keep putting Jacob in the
Man, in a little circle here.
Jacob kept being in the circle.
Really?
I'm gonna go get a microphone.
You mean
I
Kevin?
can't even see it on my end. What is happening?
Oh,
Let me try to.
He probably got it on like where it highlights whoever's speaking.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like.
I didn't even think that was an option. No, because it said something about there being a glitch and needing to refresh. But if I refresh the web page, it's gonna kick everybody out. So that is so weird. All right, I'll just have to leave it like this. You guys seeing the same as me, where everyone's just kind of pushed to the side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I cannot for the life of me figure out what is happening. That is very strange. So I'm gonna try, see if we go here first. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. Is Jacob still in the circle? Because I don't see him in the circle.
No, you are.
Okay. Okay, so maybe that fixed it. All right, so do you need to take time apart, or do you like talking things out? Which helps you cool down more?
Head.
You just gonna steal my answer.
What'd you say, Kevin?
Head.
Some neck.
I have not been mad. I'm telling you. I haven't been angry since May 23rd, 2013, because I had an accident, and so I don't get angry. But I do get frustrated, annoyed, and irritated sometimes. And one thing I know is that those three emotions are post-nut clarity just does something to them. Like, it wasn't that big a deal. It's okay. And because, again, that act of service is kind of like, you know what? That's the best apology ever. It's the second best apology. The first is change behavior. But change behavior with some head on the side, fix anything.
Change behavior with head on
Yeah.
With
neck is always a good place to start.
Either way, you right.
Like, you get on your knees to pray to God, and then now you done got on your knees for me. Yeah. That's conflict resolution for you.
That work. Yeah, I agree.
See, she even agree. Jacob, have you ever turned down that was apologetic? Because you know how like enthusiastic that head is about to be when like she's trying like the only other time it's more enthusiastic is like when she needs her rent paid. Outside of that, like that I'm trying to say I'm sorry and I love you and I want it to be man.
My ex used to say,
"You got me thinking I missed the whole phase
I
of life."
disagree with Willie.
I ain't never paid attention.
My ex used to say we need to restart, like reset. He used to be like, that was the code word when we would have a disagreement. He'd be like, "Oh, I know what you need. You need a reset." Or I'll say, "I know what you need. You just need a reset." So
yeah,
I agree a little bit.
We call a spade in this house. So
I disagree with
Ain't
y'all.
no hangry.
No, I disagree with y'all. I gotta
one head a day keep a divorce attorney away.
You know what?
That's not true because I definitely got divorced.
Wait, wasn't you the one who said you barely seen him though? Or was that like
you know,
wasn't
I
in the
talked about
hospital?
2 instances of marriage and a relationship. It was 2 different instances.
Oh,
Be honest. I love you.
my virgin is.
Child, you've been around longer than us. Don't
She didn't buy him a letter J. That was the problem.
Mark,
so
Mark say he disagree. Mark, what you?
I don't. You ain't about to just give me some head and because like if I'm not mad. I don't get mad at stupid stuff. If I'm upset at something that's actually like I'm never like it's very hard to like penetrate my skin. It's just very difficult to do that. So if I'm actually upset, like it's something serious that like that bothered me. So we got to talk about it and we got to fit and I got to we got to come to a solution. Or we can revisit it if you want to revisit it, but we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna come to a solution. And, I'm not building on top of a faulty foundation.
We can talk about it. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, we got like if we got a problem, head can't solve. We're breaking up.
Jeez.
Wow.
Sorry.
71% said they want to talk it out.
Yeah.
I calm down. My nervous system calms down through talking it out. That gives me closure.
I agree.
And my guy is the opposite. He calms down by default by taking time apart. And he's grown a lot to where he can control his himself and have the conversation. Of course, I have to do things on my end to be mindful, but it's really nice when we can just resolve it and then move on. She said, does it solve the problem or go around it? Going around and around and around. I believe that Sunrise, that question.
But men hate that though, because sometimes as women we talk in circles. So once you start,
she's talking about the head, I think.
The man got to control the conversation.
Yeah,
the man, the moderator.
Oh, glitchy.
Because you know how men get mad and they're like, you saying the same thing over and over and over again. So then both of y'all mad because y'all ain't getting nowhere in the conversation.
Go to a little bit of therapy, learn how to communicate with each other better. That's all. Learn how to.
A lot of times when people say that things are going round and round, it's because the first person the one that's being accused doesn't feel heard. I think that if somebody said something and the other person gave them a heartfelt, like what I hear you saying is da 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 da. Okay, what can I do to fix it? It would be resolved. Like that would be weird to just keep talking about it. It's usually they don't feel heard, and so they're like, "Let me try to say it this way." Well, let me try to say it this way.
Let me take out the P. I mean, maybe you get it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a good point, though, Mike. I think that it all comes down to the communication aspect of it. Because if we can't talk, two people can't be talking at the same time. Somebody got to talk. Somebody got to listen. And
you gotta talk, and you gotta and I know a lot, like my girl used to get mad at me when I would ask her, like, yo, do you understand? Did you hear like what I said? Like not like repeat to me what I said, but like tell me what you heard. Like she used to get mad like I'm her dad, like I'm telling you, like, no, I want you to understand what I said. So I want to know your interpretation of what you just heard. So yeah, people gotta actually hear you, and you gotta be able to talk to them and express it. So
see, I almost said my guy, my fiance.
Yes, fiance.
My fiance. When he first heard me say that, he felt like it was patronizing. When I was like, "What did you hear me say?" And so I had to demonstrate this is a safe space. I never do something to mock or ridicule or like try to act like I'm better than you. I genuinely want to hear your interpretation, because when I hear that and I say, don't repeat back, because you can parrot something. But if you put it into your own words, like take the situation with Kevin, he said something that in his mind was completely benign, with the word take, and someone else could take it a different way. So I think it's important to say, well, what did you hear me say? And then not fight about who's right or wrong, but it's about did the process go through? Did the information go from my mouth to my ears? Yes or no? It doesn't matter if I agree with it, disagree with it. Did I at least get the information? Now we can move to, okay, what's the next step? But I think there's so much of basic communication that the average person doesn't understand. And that is why there are so many problems in relationships. Because when you get to the point where your first reaction is curiosity and not defense, game changer. Because the person could say something and be dead wrong, but that's their truth in that moment. I thought that's what you were saying. If I'm curious, I gave you that impression, and they say da da da, like that actually happened with me. See, I almost said my guy again. Me and my fiance, where he interpreted my actions a certain way, but when he was frustrated, my first thought was, I'm curious why he's frustrated, because nothing negative happened. So I was like, what I must be missing something. So then I asked questions, which led him to say, oh, when you did X, Y, Z, I thought it was for this reason. And I was able to reassure him, oh, absolutely not. I was actually trying to be helpful or whatever. But a lot of times it goes to defense. I didn't do that. I was, and then it just circle. I feel like the kid who's the note is getting passed and the note never got passed to me. Wait, Jacob. Would you care to share with the rest of the class? Jacob, Keisha?
Right. Oh, I was laughing at you. I missed it too.
I thought you got the note too.
No, I didn't. I was laughing at you because I was going to say what happened. I missed it.
Go. See, I just can't have. I'm over here minding my black-owned business.
Are you though?
He doing something else, child.
It's getting late. I just got to get ready for the morning. That's all.
To morning.
Yeah, that's what I could think up real fast. All right, so you and Config, leave me alone. I'll talk when I'm ready. Sometime I can't resolve it. Right. I'll
Like,
talk about it, but I might.
Walk away. Don't walk away. Don't dismiss my thoughts.
Here was my challenge.
Lakeisha trying to force you to talk right now.
See what I'm saying? Here's
one
my
of them.
challenge. I got a slick tongue, and if I say what I'm thinking, sometimes it's not gonna be nice.
But it's not always what you say; it's how you say it.
Even the way I say it, it's like I give me a minute. I'm not gonna take a week. I'm not gonna take a day. I might need like a minute. Like I just need a minute to really think about it so I can articulate it. But if I respond in a moment, you want that minute from me.
Oh, Jacob, son said, "Are you a sleep on it type person?"
Nah, let's talk. I'd rather talk if I can. But not immediately, not like in the like 30 seconds.
Or whenever you feel like it, whenever you ready.
I've gotten better. I'll be like, give me a minute. Okay, where did everybody go? I just see. Okay,
no, it's switching. Something's just taking over my screen because there's something.
I'll say I just need a minute. I'll just give me a minute to think about it because I'm gonna try to. I want to get my thoughts together. I want to have a conversation and have it and be done. I don't want to have like 5 of them.
Right.
So I might need a minute to gather my thoughts and then let's have at it. I'm gonna wait till the end of the week. I've done that in the past. I used to be that person would just like try to just not say anything, out of sight, out of mind, and that doesn't feel good to anybody. Kind of leaves things unsaid. Women hate it. I feel like we didn't. That's a big conversation. But anyway, hey, let's talk about it. Let's get it done. I don't want to hold on to it. Life is short, man. In the last week and a half, we've lost like 3 people at work. Like they just dropped dead. Like somebody had a brain aneurysm. Somebody died in their sleep.
Wow.
And so for me, it's just like it's got me in this place now, man. Say what you need to say. Like don't hold on to it. Don't delay. Mm-hmm. Just because you never know what's gonna happen. You would hate to let something linger and it didn't have to.
Yes.
That's how I feel. That's why I feel like talking is important because I don't want to. But I know some people will be like, I don't want to say anything mean, so give me some time to.
Yes.
Talking is extremely important. Talking is extremely important, but as somebody who likes to talk it out, you have to understand when somebody needs to, get their thoughts together. And because
capacity.
You can ask somebody to talk and they don't have anything to say or they haven't processed whatever is going on. So they might want to talk tomorrow. They might want to talk the day after that. The only thing, your job is to say, okay, I'm gonna give you your space, but we're not going to not talk about this. So let me know how much time you need. And then we're going to have this conversation.
And that's the key. So what I found is setting a time because some people will use it as manipulation. They'll use it to get away from having the conversation. Mm-hmm. On it, StreamYard. And they'll just be, we'll talk later. And then later never comes. And so if you say, how much time do you need? 30 minutes, whatever, blah, blah. I personally, if it's a romantic partner, I don't like to go overnight because I can't rely if we live together, or and even if we didn't live together, like it makes me so uneasy because I need things resolved before I go to bed. And then biblically, don't let the sun go down your wrath, whatever. And so if there's an argument. So for me, I like to have enough time. And somebody added a piece that I love. They said that time away should not be time where they're entertaining themselves, going to watch TV, going to do whatever. Mm-hmm. It should actually be to go and process their thoughts. So whether they journal, whether they sit, it should not be. And I think what a lot of people do is they say, I'm uncomfortable with conflict, so I just want it to stop. And so they'll go do something that they would be doing if they weren't having the conversation.
But is that fair for us to dictate what their time and space look like?
Yes, you come to an agreement. I think it is fair because you say, so the person, this is how I explained it. The person who wants to resolve it in the moment is the fish. And fish live in the water and they need water to breathe. And the person who needs time to process is like a land animal who needs oxygen to breathe because they're in a relationship, they're tethered together. So if the fish says, I'll give you time and space, then the land animal is pulling the fish onto the land. If the fish says, I want to talk about right now, they're pulling the mammal into the water. So you have to find a compromise where neither one dies. And I know it's a drastic example saying death.
You mean at the water's edge.
Exactly. No, it's that, or you might say, I can be out of the water for 3 minutes. I can only be out of the water for whatever. And you have to figure that out. So like for me, I can't do more than like, let's just say an hour, maybe. Like if it's something really stressful, yeah. But the thing is, you're supposed to be using that time to process. So who's really sitting there processing for an entire hour? You're probably distracting yourself. Oh, I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to do da-da-da-da-da. If you're actually sitting there just trying to articulate your feelings, it doesn't take all day. So if you give that person that time and you limit their the things that distract them, they're gonna get to it rather quickly, in my opinion.
Because I think some men would be like, well, I'm gonna go to the gym and work out, work it off.
That's just getting away from you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you could cool down after we've had the discussion, but you're saying you need time to process your thoughts. And I also think that we have to be able to regulate ourselves, because when I'm really upset, I cry. And a guy might get really angry when he's upset. And it's a beautiful thing to be able to be like, I'm frustrated in this moment, but let's talk it through. Let's help each other regulate our emotions and bring it down. And if you still feel like you need to go do whatever, that's fine. But I think a lot of times people are just avoidant. They are very avoidant from conflict. I agree with that. Instead of actually resolving.
I'm a crier too.
Yeah. Time is just going to make it go away. No, it doesn't. Time just extends.
Don't walk away from me. Oh man, that's gonna be.
Oh, you want to see my head spin around? Yeah. That's what I'm very passionate right now about conflict resolution, and working with couples has been so amazing because people just need their needs met. And there's always somebody who is so frustrated in that situation. They don't feel heard. They don't feel respected. They don't feel something. And they both want this connection. They want peace, but they don't know how to do it without triggering the other person. So I just wish everybody was forced to take my conflict resolution, training, who had conflict issues, because it's just so much better.
Look at the men; they all quiet. They don't like it.
Well, this ghost that keeps moving my page. All right, should we get into the submitted question?
No.
¿Por qué no?
Come on, Willie.
All right. Do you see it just moving? I am not doing any of that, y'all. So when you see it moving, my neck is hurting so bad today. Okay. So here's the submitted question. He was getting to know a guy. It was let me get the specifics. They were talking for 3 weeks, and within those 3 weeks, they went on 2 dates. And so they had a regular cadence to their communication. And then he Caspered. He just went missing. And so in her mind, she just said, okay, I just got ghosted. And so she started moving on with the process of, getting past the person you kind of started getting attached to in the 3 weeks. But then a week later, pop goes the weasel. He popped back up and said, hey, I don't want you to think I ghosted you, which, well, you did, because you
actually did.
Not really, but keep going.
Yeah, I hope I don't want you to think I was ghosting you or forgot about you. He said he is dealing with some personal stuff, and he wanted to check in with her, and he said that she's usually really good about, listening to that, like being there to listen and talk or whatever. Would your first instinct, if this was your daughter, would your first instinct would be to call BS? Or would your first instinct would be like, oh my gosh, what a poor thing. He's going through something and he's looking to you for nurturing after a 7-week.
I wouldn't raise my daughter to be a cynic. So I'm never going to tell her to just default assume that somebody is lying unless they've lied to her before. So that's one thing. And then 2, I'd also make sure that my daughter wasn't silly enough to think that, life doesn't happen to people, and that she's owed an explanation from anyone who is not committed to, in a relationship to give her one. So they dated.
Absolutely. And she didn't ask for one. He popped back up.
Right. That's no. But the thing, so I say that to say is that just because he stopped talking to you, I don't think that's ghosting her. They weren't in a significant position for her to go. He just stopped talking to her. Yep. Like she has the same right.
If your daughter was talking to a guy, he had no contact, no warning, nothing, and he fell face to earth, you would just tell her, hey, just pick back up where you
It
left off.
happens.
Don't acknowledge
No,
it.
I would tell her to acknowledge it, but I would tell her like that he didn't owe you an explanation. You guys weren't anything to each other. You guys were just dating.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I also agree he doesn't owe you an explanation. Like, meaning if he just never came back, she shouldn't be hunting.
No, even that he came back, the part of her requirement now can be like saying, hey, us not talking after this made me feel this way. And I would want her to have that conversation.
Yeah. Okay, so just express what she's feeling about the situation. Yeah. She's not asking anything of him. I agree with that. Yeah, that's actually my stuff too. Yeah.
Quick question. So what did he say when he came back?
That he was going through some personal thing. Y'all saw that? I had my arms crossed and the thing just started moving.
Camera loves me.
Now Jacob is in the circle.
The camera just loves me.
Kevin.
See, on my side, I'm in the circle. That is so weird.
She keeps calling me Jacob though. It's so
Jacob.
funny.
The camera just loves me.
Who was in the circle, Mont or Jacob?
Jacob.
On my screen, I'm in the circle.
On the YouTube,
a lot of fun with that. I'm just saying.
Kevin's in the circle.
Y'all are just messing with me at this point. So he popped back up and said he was going through some personal things.
Get a clock go.
He was going through personal things, and he didn't want her to think he ghosted her. And she thought about him. She thought about her. He wanted to check in with her, and he also knows that she's really good listening, and like basically, like I guess he wanted to talk through or whatever. That is so. Oh, you weren't joking, Willie. I thought you were joking about being in the screen.
You were too.
He sent a picture of it. Whoa.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep some receipts. Goddamn it. I'm gonna show you.
What you was gonna say, Mont, about it? You said you asked the question.
So the man pretty much came back and was like, "Hey, like, I'd like to talk to you and get your, you're like a kind of a nurturing ear, kind of."
That's basically what her message implied. Yeah.
So what was your question?
My question was, if this was your daughter, would you call BS and be like, you don't just go missing for no reason, like randomly, and you can't just pop back up and then think we're just going to keep it pushing? Or would you just be like, oh no, he was going through something. Come, open arms, like let me help nurture you back to health.
Well, should you manage your daughter's expectations? Because what if your daughter is not attractive?
I think yeah.
Willie, and it's like,
I think if your daughter's not
her out, she's not seeking him out.
Yeah, well, but if he's playing with her, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. But go ahead.
Oh, no, I was about to say, I think it's just human decency is just a thing right there. I don't think it's about like if somebody says that to you, I don't think it's about like, well, you ghosted me. I think it's kind of like, all right, well, if that person feels that way, and if you kind of like, why not hear that person out about what they're not asking you like, yo, can you take me back romantically? I don't think that's what he said. He said, hey, like, I think you're a decent person. Can I talk to you about something?
Yeah.
So hear that person out, and then after you talk to them, he might tell you something, and you're like, oh, that's completely reasonable, or you might be like, nah, he's soft, like he a little too soft for me.
Some came up with a good point. She said it's literally ghosting. Like, was she texting him and he wasn't responding? Was she trying to call and he wasn't responding? Does that even matter? Because if I'm calling you, texting you,
that depends on like what, like that depends on like what happened. Like, because some people go into a shell, some people do. Like what if his mom passed or his sister passed or something like that, and every time he look at his phone, he just like, oh, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with whatever's over there. I don't want to deal with it. Right. And a lot of people do that. A lot of people don't even be ignoring people. They just kind of look at their phone and be like, all right, I don't know what to say. I'll talk to them later. And they just never talk to
Where
you.
It's not personal for the other person. It's just they were so overwhelmed themselves.
Yeah. I do it all day. Like I look at my phone and be like, oh, I don't know what to say to that person. I'll talk to them later. And I just forget to get buried. Like, but I don't be ignoring people. If I ignore you, I'll let you know I'm ignoring you.
So you would text them and say, I'm ignoring you? Because wouldn't that be considered ignoring them?
No, literally. I will show you a text right now. My homie asked me, can you borrow money, right? And he been doing it too much. And I was like, yo, I just ignored you. And I'm like, I ignored you because I don't like when people ask me to borrow money. And I don't want it to be a comfortable experience for you no more. Like he know I'm good. Like I'm it's my homie. I'm gonna let you know. But I'm like, yo, I don't want this to be a comfortable experience for you. So I ignored you yesterday. And like, I'm just letting you know I ignored you. Like, I wasn't like, you know, I did it on purpose. Yeah, like even with anybody who asked me to borrow any of my family, like who, like, yo, I'm not gonna make it easy to ask me for money.
Is that why you didn't give me that loan for $3,000 I asked for?
Look, I just send you a promissory note when people ask me for money.
I think now I just be like, no.
No, I send them a promissory note. Sue their ass later.
Because
what if you say no, thank you? Can I hold $200? No, thank you.
It depends on who it is in the situation. Like it depends on who it is.
You don't send them, make them a promissory note. You just you charge that debt off. You send them a 1099. And
right,
then
exactly. Exactly.
They have unclaimed wages, and the IRS goes after them.
Right.
That's crazy.
You're an independent contractor.
Yeah.
But check this here. So on this, I'm gonna give an example of not communicating. So I had this friend, we dating. I go see my daughter regularly. When I'm with her, I'm with her. Like that's just my thing. She wrote when she was like maybe 5. I was working and we were supposed to be like on break or vacation or whatever, and I was working. And she took the notepad from the hotel and wrote on it, "Will you play with me?" and slid it into my work papers. And that left such an impression on me. It's on my Instagram page. You go to my profile, you'll see the letter. It was at the Gaylord Hotels in Tennessee. So when I'm with her, I try to be with her. So one of my last situations I was with my daughter. The person didn't hear from me from a couple of days. We talked all the way up till I left. And then I left. I let them know I made it. I got my daughter. I'm doing my thing. 2 days in, I get a call. And during the conversation, she says, and I quote, "It's not like you never seen your daughter before."
Oh, she got to go.
Wow.
And so I think sometimes with these questions he popped back up. I think like I agree with what Willie was saying. Like sometimes like we don't owe you nothing. Like it's I think sometimes women jump to conclusions about everything. Like he just popped back up. Like come on, like this. I think she read way too much into this. If you want to talk,
do it every single day for 3 weeks straight.
Every single day.
That's where I say it's a little different because I say that. I say men don't owe you anything. Everything a man gives you as a gift, and you should look at it as a gift. However, part of feeling safe around a man is knowing what to expect. So if, for example, you have a pattern, let's even take friendship, because I always like to compare this. Just in friendship, if I reach out to Willie and he doesn't answer, I've never asked him to. He will text me, "Hey, I'm in a meeting. Are you good? I'll call you back." He set that precedent. So if ever he set that precedent. So if ever I call him and there's no text, no call back, I'm not going to be mad, but I am going to notice that this is different than his normal MO. And I think what makes people comfortable in relationships is familiarity, and you know what to expect. So if you were to say, "Hey, I'm really going through something. I don't want to talk for a while." Okay, at least now you've allowed me to prepare. But I think that is not very grown-up behavior to do something every single day, and you're trying to build something with somebody and then just
ghost.
That's
not what check your DM.
Uh-oh.
Check your DM out. Check your Instagram DM.
Oh shit.
Receipts.
What is this?
That is hilarious. Was he being serious about his answer? Oh no, he said cracking the. I always take it to mean shut the. He said cracking the. Okay, so he was laughing.
Yeah.
So you are. Sunrise says, "I get overwhelmed with everyday communication when first dating. I feel smothered, but I say it." And you probably have a little bit of an avoidant tendencies.
Yeah.
Where it's uncomfortable, it's overwhelming, it's a lot, you know.
I think it's overwhelming if you don't like that person. If you're not interested in that person, you could probably feel overwhelmed.
Let's ask her. What is Sunrise? Is that do you think that is it when you don't care for the person? I am obsessed with understanding the avoidance perspective. Not I'm putting a title on her that I don't know if it's, but I'm very curious to know that, because in my world, when I like someone,
she wrote back. Possibly
Yeah,
I'm
I
introverted.
really enjoy interactions. Okay, and I need space to recharge.
I'm
And I
Okay,
think
you
it's
introverted.
charge
really
your
important.
phone.
I'm
I think
introverted too. That's something different. Like I get introverted and you need to recharge. That's not ghosting, never to be heard from again. Those are two different things.
yeah. But
But
she
see,
says
when
she
you say she needs
communicates.
space, yeah, but see, here's the thing. When you say you need space from what? Because if you go into, I feel like you said, it's however you start with me is how you set the tone. So if we're communicating once every couple of days, then that's the tone. But if you also call in every day is building interest and all that, then I don't know. But most men don't like talking every day. I think a lot of men don't like talking.
Well, I
every
took a poll and I asked men if you actually like the woman, how often do you want to talk to her? And they overwhelmingly agreed and said, every day.
Okay.
They at the very least, just to make sure she's okay, that
Yeah.
she's still alive and kicking.
Okay.
So I feel like if you can go, if you're,
Okay, man.
yeah, I feel like if he doesn't even check to see if you're alive or that you ate or whatever, he's not really feeling you like that.
Well, hold on. Let me say he's like you like that, but there's something you giving him too to make him like continue to
Yeah.
do that. If I'm checking on you and and it's just me checking on you and you're not really giving anything in return, and that it could fall off. You got to be doing something too. Now you got to roll.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You have to contribute. That's a given.
No,
But what I'm saying,
to you. So that's at this point I'm making. A
oh,
lot of women ain't giving much. Like I think you do a lot of things well and do things right. A lot of folks don't. We all good at some things, and some other, like that might be just something your superpower. You just some of those small things you just do well. A lot of women
thanks.
they just don't.
Right. 'Cause I think for me, I give you the energy that you give me. Like if you like communicating with me, if I'm reaching out saying, "Hey, how was your day?" and I feel like I'm tugging, you know what I mean, to get feedback, then I'm probably going back off.
Yeah.
But if you're, reaching back, or if you're reaching out and we're having dialect, then I'm gonna keep going. But if I get that, if I'm hitting you up and you ain't got a lot, you give me one word answers, then I'm good.
That's what I mean. Everybody's different. Like so, one of the people who expired at work recently was one of those people. I don't care when you talk to her, the conversation was like she was just extremely sweet. She was just one of those people. Like just I don't care what was going on. And the outpouring for her was so overwhelming at the company, like from the CEO down. That was sort of the worst. She was just that type of person. Everybody's not the same. I guess that's what I'm getting at. I think some people generalize without looking internally about what they're doing. He just ghosted me. Well, what the hell were you doing? Were you doing your part? Were you engaging, or were you just kind of there? I'm gonna just see how this goes. Like a lot of women, I'm a guy, so I can only speak on women. Simply don't know how to date. Don't know how to communicate.
I've seen that, and we can't say what it is, but you've done the exercise with me before, so
Yeah.
I've seen how I have seen how women are, and there's like I call it TV face, where they don't realize it's like, we can see you. You're not participating in the real moment, but you're also not doing reciprocation. So I do agree on that. But I'm saying in the hypothetical situation where she's giving her all, she's giving great feminine energy, she's being enjoyable, whatever, he's going to naturally want to just keep it going. He's going to keep reaching out. He's going to keep that little engine going.
Right. I think so too. Because I have somebody that, recently I told you I communicated with someone, and we talk quite often, and I haven't had a good conversation in a long time. I think I told y'all that the other day. So I was just like, man, and it seems reciprocal versus me always trying to talk and talk and talk. That is so draining. Trying to hold a conversation, trying to keep engaged. But I've always been told, well, I'm an introvert, I don't really talk much. Like, you'll talk for the right woman. I'm just not that woman.
Ooh.
That's what I said, you know.
Ooh. So we just got to clone Yonci is all.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just being silly. All right.
So we're telling her to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, see what he says, and continue to get to know him.
It's too early to make a call. Just tell
Yeah,
her.
just be normal. Like don't commit to either or.
But you're saying, I'm saying, but you're continue to allow him in your space.
See how I feel.
Yeah.
See, yeah.
Now, if he do it again, I don't know.
He just
once shame on you, twice shame on me. But
what if you were getting to know someone, Mont, and you called her every night like clockwork? Once she got home from work, you check, make sure she's good. Did she eat? Whatever. You guys have your normal little kiki. And then one day, after 3 weeks of this, she just didn't answer. And this went on for a week. And then she popped up and was like, oh, I was just really going through some stuff. And she explained that, you know, someone close to her passed away and she's just been beside herself and you guys are new and she didn't want to burden you with her feelings. How would you handle that?
Well, I would feel like I would be a little skeptical. I'll be very skeptical. You know, I would feel like maybe she's lying to me. But also I would hear her out. Now, if she just said I was going through some things and she didn't really tell me much more, I'm gonna think she was fucking with some nigga. Is what it is. I'm gonna think she just went.
Wait a minute. I just heard someone else on the panel say, "I'm not gonna just have someone assume that someone's lying."
So that's
the
I would
thing.
tell my daughter not to assume a man is lying. Women are significantly more prone to lie early on than men are.
Oh, that's BS.
But listen to what he said. He said she could like explain what happened, something was going on with me, and he elaborated and shit like that's. Y'all missed the nuances of his kind.
Yeah, if she want to be short and just say, "Oh, something," you know, I just went through some stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you was fucking some nigga. Now, if it's different because the guy didn't say that. The guy said, "Hey, I'd like to talk to you because I've been going through some things. I'd like to, you know, get some feedback and just express them things to you." That's different. You telling me this girl, you're telling me that this girl was like, "Yo, I've been going through some stuff."
Yeah.
What? No, you needed your rent paid. You needed your rent paid, and you had 4 niggas that you was talking to.
Was going through
you had to work your magic on 4 niggas, and that's what happened.
Exactly.
And you knew that I was too new to ask for money, and you ain't want to, or maybe you like me and you didn't want to ask me for money, but the other guys you wanted to ask for money, and you was doing what you had to do to get that money out of them. I'm gonna think it's 1,000 things I can think, but if you don't,
so why can't your daughter think the same things from her end?
Because our daughter's not dating women.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
We didn't make the rules.
We sure don't.
Right. It's not like we're supposed to give them the chance, but you gonna think she was some dude.
You know, I gave the girl a chance. Like, listen, if I don't know you, if I know you for 3 weeks, right? I can't say like, "Yo, explain to me what happened." I mean, I can't tell you because it's your personal. So you have to invite that. You have to say like, "Hey, this is what happened to me. I wanted to come talk to you." And yeah, like you gotta pretty much let me know that. Because if you're not, I'm not gonna ask you for it. But I'm not gonna entertain you either. Right. So, you know, the other guy was like, "Yo, I'm about to let you know everything that happened over the last whatever amount of time." So that's the difference.
Okay.
Women can be so insensitive.
Women?
What?
You just trying to start stuff now because you just talking.
The men over here communicating, he's sharing, and the women just can't get it together. Do better, y'all. Do better, man. Men are over here evolving and growing, and women are just regressive. Y'all are regressive. Do better.
That's crazy. Like, it's okay. What's good for the goose ain't good for the gander. I know, we get it. Men are men, and
we're
women
trying to make y'all better. That's what this is. This is
okay.
This is what the game been missing. You know.
That's what the game. I guess.
Look, we trying to help here. We here for the good of man.
She said Jake was rage baiting us.
It's not even in a woman's nature to like not communicate. Like, and she about to come to me and just be like, "Yo, I was going through some stuff." Like, and what? I'm supposed to not communicate because when I communicate, it's a perception that I'm not heard and nobody wants to hear about me anyway. You're a woman. You should be wanting to pour out. Y'all normally want to pour everything out, on the people. So that's even more so like, nah.
I think it makes sense. Keisha, do better.
Not Keisha do better. I'm gonna work on that. You right, because
we here to help. We here to help.
I appreciate it because it's hard. I think somebody wrote that in the comments. It's hard dating out here. It's a struggle.
No, dating ain't hard. Never mind.
What's so hard about dating?
Hard. Go ahead, say it, Willie. Go ahead. Dating ain't hard. What?
No, just date.
Hard.
Yeah, just date the people you qualify for.
Yeah.
A lot of women, what y'all don't do, a lot of women don't think that y'all don't think that y'all should be maneuvering and moving in a way that's going to get you the man that you want. A lot of y'all don't think that. So for example, if I like certain types of women, I'm gonna drive certain types of cars and I'm gonna dress a certain type of way and I'm gonna have a certain scent on me, a certain type of cologne I'm gonna wear. And I'm gonna try and talk a certain type of way. I'm gonna do all of that to eventually attract the woman that I want. But y'all don't like to drive. I don't know. Y'all don't like to do those things that we do. I know if I want a certain type of chick, I know what type of guy I gotta be.
Like what would be an example of what you're talking about that women don't do that they should?
Shut up. Be submissive. Be nice. Be fit. Be feminine.
Be fit.
Be nurturing. It's a bunch.
Are you nurturing?
All right, Lakeisha.
That's not wait.
I'm
Okay.
just asking.
Wait. I got it. No, I'm not any of those things because I don't look for those things in a partner, and I'm not a woman. So
why she gotta be?
Because that's what we want in women. That's why.
Why are you fighting? Will you just ask us a question?
Thank you. Fight on the edge.
I'm just, no, real talk. I only asked that because I try to hear different.
Real quick, Lakeisha. If I wanted you to, if I'm the type of man that like my woman a little bit covered up, would you change the way you dress right now and be like, I want this? That's the type of man I want. Let me change it. Let me cover up. Yeah. You would? What else would you change?
My thoughts of why I'm covering up, whatever need to be.
So okay.
I've done that. I've recently done that, and and y'all know I always got a story. My ex don't like locks, right? So, well, I ain't gonna say he didn't like locks. I found this later out. He just didn't like with them down like this, right? So he said it looked masculine. That was his thing. It looked real masculine. So what did I decide to do? Stop looking at me like that, Willie. I started trying to put it up in a way to look, to give him what he desired, right? So I am so for making adjustments.
But would you have done that when you were in your prime?
Probably not.
Exactly. Women wait until they pass, until you're saying it's on the other side of it, so they want to.
I don't think I was probably mature enough to do those things then.
Well, cool. That's not
no argument there.
Yeah, no argument there. But now it's not. It's now I'm saying as time has passed, that desperation and realization kicked in. Like, hey,
I wouldn't call it desperation. I
would, and this is why, because you understand that you have something you're competing against, which is time.
What I'm against. I started doing that in my 30s.
Right. My point is this: that you're competing against time and younger other women. So it's not just you're competing against what he wants. You're also competing against other women that want him. So as women get older, they have to realize that what they're doing hasn't worked. So that's cool that you realize it now, but at the same time, we don't applaud fish for swimming. And if you had done that in your prime and made those realizations, cool. But when you do it, it's that's why a lot of guys feel like, hey, you're only doing it now because you're up against it. It's different than when a guy doesn't.
No, I get you what you're saying. I just ain't think of it like that. I just feel like I wasn't mature in what I am now. I learned a lot between 20 and 30, 30 and 40, and 40 and up. And it definitely had nothing to do with my time is ticking, so I need to do.
So these are conscious thoughts you're thinking about having. You're not. So for example, if I'm a young athlete, right? I'm not feeling like, I can't move. I'm doing everything to my body, right? I'm not eating right. I'm doing, because that doesn't matter at that point. I don't have to think about it. But once I turn 30, I cross 30, it's like, my body feels different when I do certain things. So I'm just not even going to take certain jumps. You just naturally start dunking less, right? You don't think about it, but you're like, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna dunk. I ain't gonna take off from the free throw line. These are things you're just not gonna do no more. So they might not be conscious thoughts that you're having, but this is the reality of it. Is like, if you're not the same,
yeah.
You're not the same person. You look in the mirror, you like, I look cute for my age, maybe, but you also like, yo, I know that I'm not, I might not be attracting the same type
saw
of
a
man.
bag under my eye, and I was like, oh my God.
The only two things in life that's undefeated is Father Time and Uncle Sam. So,
I was like, I know this ain't no bag under my eye.
Yeah. But it is real tricky for women though, because like you attract men in general, right? Versus a man who like I don't necessarily you don't just wake up attracting women. Y'all attract all types of men. So you having dreadlocks, you would like to think, oh, it's one type of man that's going to like me. But it's a few types of men that's going to really be attracted to you, and it's one type of man that just want to do it to you, and you got to like distinguish all of them. You're gonna have the hotep guys trying to get with you.
I've been getting that a lot.
You're gonna have the earthy men, but you also gonna have some of the other types of men who like, oh, I can dabble in that, but they might not, it might not be a look that they want to have, for long term. But you gotta like really distinguish exactly the type of man you want and kind of like, or the type of men you willing to,
So that's why when we were talking earlier, you came on late after that, and Yonci was bringing that point of feeling desired. So not only was I doing different things to my ex to feel desired, then he didn't like my hair, then he kept calling me old. It was just like a plethora of like, I'm not for him.
Man, bro, sound like an asshole.
Yeah, we're not talking about we're not talking about the guys that you with who kind of like try and beat you down. We talking about like just in general, a way to kind of. See, that's 5 minutes early.
I've been giving 10-minute warnings every time.
I've
been overly generous. Normally, I just hang up on your face. I've been giving 10-minute.
Wait, that way you being generous. We negotiated that.
Wow, warning show is
the labor board and the union. We negotiated this with you, ma'am.
I never got the paperwork. I was not consulted.
Listen, just like the WNBA is getting ready to go away because we got rid of DEI. We need to go ahead and have a collective bargaining conversation with you, ma'am, because I feel like these rules that you're imposing on us workers are unfair and lead to an unsafe work environment.
She calling us friends. They said corporate talk. We're a family. We're friends.
She calls my money friends. She calls my Yep. I get it. That's why like they call Hooters girls contractors. They don't want to call them employees because they got to pay them more.
Just see.
So we're getting hooted.
Yeah, paper got lost in the mail.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're getting hooted right now.
Y'all the best. I like this. This is pretty cool. Thanks.
I have been going since 4 p.m.
And then the ball hit the CEO talking about her problems.
My God. I was on another show. I was like,
my job is hard and I'm tired. It's my show, but it's hard work.
Oh my God, my Ferraris, the brakes are so expensive.
I said I was on someone else's show.
I saw my gold mic. It's like,
I don't know. Listen, I don't know how you do that show with half that cast because the fat dude and his name is Fat, that guy. And then the other, the no fugazi dude. I don't know how you survive.
What show she did? What show she do?
It looked like she was on like a Fight Club All Stars panel.
Who, Yonci?
Yeah.
Who was on the panel?
It's with all the Anton Daniels rejects. Well, and SD because he cool.
Dang, I don't know.
That was my only.
What kind of panel was it on? Like, what y'all was talking about?
Some bullshit.
Is it on YouTube? Can we go watch it?
It is on YouTube.
What's it called so I can watch it tomorrow? Like, put it in the chat. I'm going to watch it.
My face was like this.
Hey, listen. The way that she looks lets me know how I look when somebody's on here talking about something stupid. I know now what my face looks like because I saw her.
I just told you.
Now I got to see this.
I'll just say at one point there was like an hour discussion of a woman arguing to say that if she was in trouble, she would want a woman to come to her aid. If a man was attacking her, she would not want another man to fight him off. She'd want a woman to fight. And I was just like,
we need to we need
licensing for podcasts. They gotta stop giving these niggas microphones.
we need these women to be like women like that. We need them to be
Sterilized.
Identified. Like I
Oh,
think like
my bad.
you should be able to. I should be able to walk by somebody and be like, "Oh, she said that she choose the bear," and I'd be like, "Okay," you know.
Yeah, like the
case you get-
scarlet letter for stupidity.
Yeah, like we gotta need something like that. So I'll be like, "Oh, she chose the bear, guys. Don't hold her door."
Yeah, don't protect her.
For me,
Yeah,
it's
nah.
I get what you're saying. We're the villain. I just feel like for me, there's so much fighting on social media. There's so much negativity. There's so many people who just sound like they hate women. There's so many women who sound like they hate men. And I don't want to be a part of anything that even remotely reeks of that. Like I want to be productive. What'd you say?
I gotta see this now. I gotta see this.
I don't know, just time. My time is just really precious to me. Like I want to spend it making an impact. I want to spend it helping people, and just like I don't know, just trying to out argue someone. It's just not my idea of a good time at this big age, as Jacob would say. As I'm days away from 45. It's not how I want to spend my time and argue with people.
But that's what I'm saying. So when people get into this dating game, like I get that you don't want to waste your time. And what are you really trying to do? Are you really trying to look at somebody and trying to be happy, or do you just want to get on here and debate all of the freaking time? I feel like people just want to get into this, oh Lord, this endless loop of
close the doors. Close the doors.
That's all day in Kojic,
Close
man.
the doors.
You got to do the face swap one.
That's all day.
Oh my God! Let me put that one up. Don't lose your thought, Jacob. Keep going. I'm sorry.
I lost it. That's all day in
Man,
Kojic. But man, I wonder sometimes, do people really want to meet somebody and be happy? Like I'm starting to question that. Or do people just want to be miserable and complain and shit? Like it's just like people don't even really try anymore.
I think so. Like you think about the show that did really well. It's the ones where there's a lot of negativity. There's a lot of contention. I think a lot of miserable people love company. Like for me, I love seeing when people have resolution, when they figure things out. Like I'm the opposite. I'm not the one like fight. I will watch the fight. Like I'm not here for the negativity.
Yeah.
I want to see the happy stories of the dad coming home from, the service and his kids running. Like that's what I want to see.
Sure.
Not somebody getting cussed out.
A lot of people are scorned, and they're like a lot of guys don't get hoes, and a lot of girls have been abused by men. So like it's honestly, when a man doesn't get women, that feels like abuse to him. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like
close the doors.
That's the word right there.
When a man when he has to be forced to kind of be around women who he can't get, it just has it's like
close
abuse.
the doors.
This screen, this
We
I
all
can't.
lead
It's
the
hard. We were having something
Y'all ain't
serious
going no place
conversation.
but to the
and you start
restaurant.
playing this.
Close them doors.
The graphic won't stay up.
Ushers,
He
close the
put my
doors.
head and made it bold.
Close the doors.
That's what I'm saying.
Close the doors.
Is it showing the graphic? There we go.
Damn.
Yeah. Okay. Willie has to see it. Blame it on Willie.
I didn't.
I
didn't even do nothing.
Mom was saying something and you ruined it.
I did.
I was saying that men who don't get women, it feels like you've been abused by those women because they're just not giving you any, like when they, it's like torture being around
Like
women
a
that
crime.
you can't get. Yeah, so that's why these men are responding like the women who have been actually abused by men. They like hate men and they respond that way, and the men who like just never got women are responding the same way because they all they hate women and they hate men, and yeah.
There's a link that I sent you. There were two videos that I wanted to get into, but between the show I was on and an unexpected road trip earlier, I wasn't able to prepare for the show.
Road trip.
Incels. Yeah. So I was the fiance of the year. My guy had an in-person meeting for work, but then they scheduled a meeting for him right before that was on camera, and then he had a meeting scheduled right after. So I drove the hour to the location so he could stay on his computer. Then he had his lunch, and then I drove the hour back so he could be on the computer. And so luckily I had a friend who I haven't seen in years. We're both from Cali. She moved here. So we had lunch while they did that. But yeah, so I did not expect to be, driving for 2 hours. I thought I was going to be working in the passenger seat like a passenger princess. Anywho, but next week I want to get into that. I think we might take the whole beginning and just talk about that video, because if you guys haven't seen it, it is so. I was like running around my house. That video was so good. It is CEO of KG refers to me, CEO of something. He has a show. I feel bad not knowing. But he had a woman on who works for Hinge, and she studies dating and people and all that stuff. And then there's another guy, and he deals with research also. But they had some really fascinating stuff. And I told Willie, they were saying something that you said, which is where they're talking about how women all want the same type of women, but they all want the same men. But there was something that you said specifically, and I lost it. But I want to go through and just mark the different kind of sound bites, because it was really good, and talking about women.
2 hours long, right?
Yeah, it's really long. Like I did it while I was driving. I listened to it while I was driving, but it was so rich with things to talk about. I was like, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about that. So I wanted to go through that. So if you guys have a week, I think you'll find it really fascinating. So if you're just kind of doing something, cleaning your house, whatever, doing laundry, just pop it on, listen to it. Or if you're driving, Mikkel was listening to it on he had to do a long drive, but it is fascinating. And she took, for example, I'll just give you one example. She was talking about how people throw up the statistics that women are outperforming men. And she said, well, this particular statistic was from, I think it was like New York and DC. And she said it was a metropolitan area, but she said overall in the other areas, men are outperforming women financially. But they touched on all these talking points that we hear all the time on social media, but they both gave so much context to it, which was super rich. Kind of like how the woman today was saying, the law came about because, people were trying to escape abusive relationships, blah, blah, blah. So if you guys get a chance to listen,
I was mad that I didn't get it. I got on here late because I would have liked to talk to her and kind of like give, another perspective to everything that she was saying, because I saw holes in pretty much everything that she was saying, but I knew her perspective and all that type of stuff. But I thought that I could enlighten, or just kind of like throw some stuff in there. So hopefully she come back.
And I asked her, I said, hopefully you come back. Willie, do you have Mott's email? Can you forward that email with the links in there?
Yeah, I can just send him the link. I texted the link too.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, because there were 2 videos that I wanted to cover. And then we were also going to talk. So she was one of the guests that was going to talk about what it's like dating an anxious attached person. And then I had a couple of guys who said they were going to show up today who were going to talk about their experience. Because there was a post where they were like, oh my God, it is so draining with an anxiously attached person, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, hey, I want to interview men who have gone through this. And so a bunch of guys were like, I'll have that conversation. But it was weird. Then when I messaged them, they like didn't respond, or they didn't show up tonight. So we'll see if they come.
I know what it's like.
You could have interviewed me. Shit.
I know what it's like too.
You guys have dated an anxiously attached person?
Yeah.
Well, break it down.
No.
Not today.
Listen.
Well, they have 13 minutes on the clock. So.
Oh, okay. We do.
I know women. I've been with women who are super anxiously attached. Women who like no matter what you say, they can't like not talk about a situation after it happens. They're just like, they're just in your face, like, hey, I want to talk about it. I need to talk about it. I've been with those type of women, and yeah, I mean it's a handful, but also it's normal. I think a lot of women are like that, and it's nothing that I couldn't handle.
Yeah.
And I kind of. You kind of like it a little bit. It wasn't bad to deal with,
They are useful. It's useful sometimes.
Yeah, it's cons to it, but those women are typically like kind of like all over you, which I don't mind personally. I don't mind that. So I don't think it's a negative thing when it comes to women. With a man, it's probably like weird, but with a woman, I don't mind.
If for those of us that have lived abroad, I would say that the majority, like in Asian countries, the majority of those women have this attachment style.
Really? What would you describe their behavior like?
Stage 5 clingers. Yeah. Like if their person was a fish tank, they'd be that fish that was stuck on the side of the wall. Like it would no matter and just moved around, but was always in contact with the side of the fish tank. I like that type of stuff.
Wait, did they be like the girl in the video where he went on to the dentist and she's FaceTiming him the whole time?
Yeah. Yeah, that's but like in a sweet way though. Like because they're like very, very, very loving towards their man, but like if he goes to the bathroom, they'd be outside the door waiting for him.
So basically a golden retriever.
I mean, I'm not gonna call them dogs. I've already compared them to a fish. I don't want to like double down. But yeah,
golden retrievers.
Yeah, but still a dog though. I mean, I say
there's different levels of it though. Like I know like even certain people I've dealt with in business to some degree. I've noticed like it's annoying when they have an anxious attachment style. This one girl, right? Whose son used to model for me before, right? For like the clothes that I used to sell. She would always she would send me a message on Instagram, and then like she would delete the message, and like she would pull back the message, and I'd be like, oh my god, this girl is like, are you overthinking? Like
just a little bit.
All consistently, just all the time, just like, yo, you are overthinking about this. Like you're overthinking about everything. You sending a message, you deleting it, you still like you're like it was a lot to deal with. So like that, if it's like that, it can be annoying. Yeah.
Don't delete a message you send me because I'm gonna think you were talking shit.
I would see the messages and I just wouldn't reply to them yet. And like I just be like, all right, I see that. I don't know what to say yet. I'll get back to it later. And she would just take it back. Just take back the whole message. I'd be like, oh my God.
I did that once with a guy because I was like, I felt like I was being a little too forward. Oh, and he was like, I want to know what you said. Because it was a voice note. And I was like, I was being so extra. He forced me to like.
If I take back a message, it's because I'm taking back the offer that I sent you. That's the only way I would take back a message. Like I wouldn't. It's no type of, oh, I don't know. It's still on the table type of thing. I just didn't think you wanted it. I'm like, no. I'm taking back the offer. It's not contingent upon what you. Yeah, with anxious people, they're like, oh, I just didn't think. I was thinking about what you were thinking. I'm like, I'm not thinking about what you're thinking. I took back the offer. It's not about what me trying to predict what's in your head or anything like that. I just made a decision. So
I cannot tell if Kenny is live. He said how much time is left on the clock. So it's funny you say that. 9 minutes, sir.
Kenny never live.
I enjoyed the conversation tonight.
Yeah.
I appreciate the super chats, you guys, so much. I'm going to give an extra shout out again. Lynette, she did a $5 super chat. She did another $5 super chat. Shantae did a $10 super chat. Keisha did a $9.99 super chat. Then a $5.01 super chat. Mingo did a $5 super chat. And Mikkel did a $19.99 super chat thinking it was a show extension, but he learned today. And thank you to everybody who has contributed to the show and always contribute. Big shout out to Willie. To Willie, I would like to say, and to Mont, I would like to say, and to Nayusi, I would like to say.
Yeah, we're gonna get you some new sounds to import real quick because that's not going.
But for now, I just say.
You know what I want to like tackle. I want to talk about like when women say
close the doors.
Oh, don't do wife things for men.
Women that say that are always career single and die alone. So I'm cool with it.
I seen a video where a girl was talking about Ronaldo's woman and why they're not married. They've been together for 9 years and he didn't marry her and she got kids and all that. And she was pretty much telling her don't do wife things for that man. like Ronaldo is don't do wife things for Ronaldo. It's just it's like they. And the only reason I want to talk about it is because I think that we can kind of educate people because they're just not thinking on it. They're not thinking. So you're not going to do wife things, right? Like, don't cook for that man, or don't do this, or don't do that. So what you think I'm going to do? Like, what do you think? You don't think I'm going to pull back? And then we might as well not even be might as not even be talking together.
So can I share what an example somebody gave that I thought actually made a lot of sense?
Yeah.
So I wondered that same question. Like, what could you really classify as wifey, hubby, not hubby?
Yeah.
And so what they were saying is, for a man, hubby duties would be taking on the bills. Like she needs something, you're paying her light bill, your rent, her whatever. Like that would be hubby duties. For a woman, it would be, I love how they said it. His laundry is not getting done unless you do it. He's not eating unless you feed him. Versus, hey, I wanted to cook a little something for you, or I saw this needed to be done. I did this for you. That was the comparison that they made, and I thought that was probably the most eloquent description that I had heard. Because there's still room to grow. Like there's more room in being a provider, and there's more room in being, a domestic. If you're down with the traditional.
I think the thing that women are saying, I don't think they're saying like, hey, they're not saying don't take on this full responsibility. I think they're saying like, yo, don't cook for that nigga.
Like at all.
Like
that's what they're saying.
Yeah, they're not saying like, because I'm a man, and like if I didn't live with a woman, I'm not paying all of her bills, right? Like men wouldn't normally do that. They're saying like, yo, don't ever cook for that man. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't watch his kids for don't babysit his son. Like they're telling you just not to do certain things in general. Of course you're gonna, and if you're in a relationship, I'm gonna pay for the full vacation if we go on vacation. I'm gonna pay for every dinner when we go out. Like if you're never gonna need anything if you're in a relationship with me in general. And I think that's how relationships work. There are certain things about like, all right, I'm not going to be paying your rent and my rent, or like, because that's just ridiculous to like just come live with me and we can get married and we can be together or whatever y'all want to do. But like certain things are unreasonable and other things are like, yo, if we're together, you're not about to be not giving me. If we're not married, I need at least 90% of you, 95%. Yeah.
If we're not married, 99.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really see it in between. For the most part, personally, I think like I can't be in a relationship where I'm not giving you my all. It just don't work that way for me. So it's like I'm trying to think like what would I not be doing? Like, and it's like literally probably 5%. Like,
if you say that, I think I would probably agree with you. I don't know if I'd want to be on air saying that, but I think if from a practical standpoint and like my own situation, if I feel like, let's say when you're getting married, right? Let's say you're getting married on Saturday. Well, Friday you're not married, and now Saturday you are.
It's like, oh, I wake up, I can do this now. Like,
right. So it's like there's not a ton that's going to change. So traditionally, people didn't live together. Like traditionally, you waited.
And they're not having sex and stuff like that.
Yeah, there are big steps. Not having sex, but if you're cohabitating and you're having sex, there's really not going to be that much difference, aside from maybe some legal stuff. Like getting, you might now become on your insurance or whatever. But even that, you can do. They now have, it's not cohabitator. It's called like life partner or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there really aren't a ton of things different.
I think
the problem comes in when they don't have the commitment to that level, and then the guy gets content, like, oh, I'm getting all the stuff I want. What's my incentive? So I think that's the difference.
I think there's a certain amount of risk that you take when you're in a relationship. Like for me, like me and my girl not married yet, right? And I know when I'm going to propose, but she don't know when I'm going to propose, right? And she has to have some sort of faith in that, or she gotta, she can believe that what people around her are telling her. You gotta say, am I going to take this risk? Do I believe he's worth it? Of course, there's a side where, you know, maybe there's a small chance that, you know, I become a piece of shit.
Mhm.
Right? But you got to take that chance on me because,
That's right.
you know,
How
I'm
long
gonna take
has
that
it
chance on you. Like 4 years now.
Oh.
Like 4 years now, yeah. And I'm the type of person like, yo, if I do something, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I like to make. I'm a little extra when I do things. So
Mhm.
those, you know, it's probably a lot easier for other guys if he only spend. You know, a lot of guys just they gonna go get $2,000 on a ring. I might want to buy a ring that I can't even afford.
Right.
Like, you know, I might want to do like I'm that type of person. So you know, it's real easy to go to the courthouse and get a little $1,000 ring
Right.
and all this type of stuff. I'm a little bit different, but you know, you want to listen to other people, it's your choice. You can do that, or you know, you can listen to you can believe in me. It's up to you.
Play that stock market.
Yeah, but nobody's going to like. I'm not about to tell you when I'm proposing to you.
Right.
I'm going to do it when I'm going to do it when I might do it
You're not
tomorrow.
even to give her like the year. Like I wanted this year 5.
She know that I want to do it now. She know I want to do it this year.
Okay. And see, that's why I tell women, like, there's a difference between a man saying, I know I want to marry you, not like I'm stalling, but then there's the actual logistics of planning.
Yeah.
He might want to do it at a certain time, or he might want to have a certain situation, you know.
She be asking me right now, like, so do you have a ring yet? I'm like, yo, mind your business. Mind your business. But you know, I want to propose this year. That's all you know. That's all you need to know. But y'all have a good night. I know y'all sleepy.